Welcome everybody to the landscape category. My name is Terry Reeford-Han and I'm assisted by Belinda Pratt. We're just going to commence with the run-through and then we'll call judges. Need to say that of course this is the landscape category sponsored by Sony, and Sony is the overall sponsor of the ARIS Awards. So let's get into the run-through. was the story? Can I ask everybody in the room to turn their cell phones off, please? Um, Now, of course, in these awards, we've got a lot of people helping, so I'd like to start off by thanking Honours for all their hard work. Out back, we've got a whole bunch of students print wrangling. Um, so outside today, we've got helping us Chelsea, Tyson, Brendan, and Georgina. Would you like to show yourselves, guys? Well, that's Chelsea anyway. There you go. There they are. So you see them sort of sneaking the prints in, so that's cool. I think we're probably ready to call some judges to the chairs here.
Just one thing.
Yeah.
This is in camera, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, there's no notification that's in camera.
Actually, that's probably what I should do. Actually, is just read out the category description. This category is intended for landscape photographers that depict a natural or urban environment in a way that retains the authenticity of the original scene. So it's a pretty pure sort of a, yeah. Okay, cool. Can we have judges to the judges up? Kay Davis, Chris Saunders, Rachel Smith, and Paul Daly, please. Who did we read out? Ah, sorry. Can we also have Jane Fletcher and Rebecca Kempton, please? Is it Janie?
Just Janine.
Janine?
Yeah, just Janine.
Just Janine. Ah, okay. Sorry, just Janine. Janine. Got it. So they haven't logged on yet, have they? Because these come up. Huh? Have you all logged on, please? Can you all log on, please? Yep, you select your name and log on. So I think there's a drop-down menu. Uh, so who put the names in?
You can just adopt it.
Yep, just select your names, and so at the moment, nothing's coming up on my screen as far as anybody's logged on. So, okay, you've logged on, have you? Yeah. I just Sorry, guys, we're just going to wait while we sort out a little technical issue before we start.
Put their names.
Got to get used to that. Okay, guys, we're all ready to go. We'll have the first print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 76, and there is a possibility of a challenge. Okay,
I put this, I scored this 82. The reason I did that was because I think the photographer has actually seen something delightful here. And that the tumultuous clouds are really lively and creating lots of lovely little characters in them. And there's a beautiful little tree that they've just managed to scrape through, bring in on the right hand side. So I think the photographer's definitely brought a vision to this, to what they're seeing. It's been delightfully printed, and I've put it in that silver range, which is a high level of communication and interpretation of the subject.
thank you, Kay. Anybody else in support of this print? Yep.
Yeah, so I originally scored this at 76, and I think Kay has really highlighted a couple of things to me, and having had the opportunity to look at it a bit longer, I can certainly think about coming up. The image is really well balanced, actually, and the left-hand side and the right-hand side sort of balance very well on the horizon. You know, the little tree on the end and the texture in the clouds, I think might be enough to swing me to come up a few points. So yeah, but happy to hear more.
Thank you, Chris. Right, a reply, Kay?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yeah, that balance is really beautiful. That rainbow that basically creates a division down the centre of it. The photographer's seen this, and quite often when we photograph things, we're just photographing things that don't necessarily bring any additional interest or communication to the image, but this has actually been done beautifully, and it's the photographer that's actually seen this and captured it, and that's what I've put it in this, just in the silver range, and I think it's beautiful.
Thank you, Kay. If we can enter your scores, please. And we have our first silver at 80. Well done. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Just warn judges again, just to stay away from those lights if you can, just in case they get bumped. Otherwise, we'll have to get somebody to readjust them. While the judges are looking at a print, I'd like to welcome anybody online that's watching, or listening, I should say. Well done, judges. We've got an initial score of 81. And Janine, would you like to talk to it? Is it?
And congratulations to the photographer. This I felt was a very intentional image. Every element in the composition is very carefully placed, and just a wee hook with the timing of the frost falling off the lines was just a little added extra in there.
Thank you for that. Yeah, my apologies, Rachel. You actually had the right there. So we'll, if you can go now, you'll also have the right of reply. So cool.
Excellent, thanks. I wanted to challenge this. I scored a 86, silver distinction. It's quite otherworldly and magical. Really enjoyed the softness that is, and the balance. It's beautifully balanced. The cloud in between the lines. As Janine already mentioned, the snow coming off, the frost coming off the lines, beautifully timed. And seeing the subtle beauty in something that we often bypass on a daily basis and don't enjoy, it's been really beautifully captured, I think. So I scored an 86.
Thank you, Rachel. Okay.
Yeah, I scored at 77 in the bronze range. I just felt it was a little bit soft in places where I felt it should have been sharp. And for me, the symmetry is not 100% there. When you're creating a symmetrical image, all of the things need to line up. So the placement of some of those things is not 100%. But yeah, keep talking.
Rachel, right of reply.
I'm not quite seeing the softness, so I'm clearly missing that. One of the things that I love about this is that it's beauty in the everyday that we're overlooking, and the symmetry is magical, but it's not the key element to it. It's there's elements in there that, like the pylon, you're not going to get that balance because there's just not another pylon on the right hand side. So I think that what we're rewarding is the way that something that is often overlooked has been seen and captured with a little element of fun with the frost falling off the lines as well, and that's why I've put it in at silver distinction. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Judges, can you rescore that, please? And we have a silver at 82, so it moved up one notch, which is great. Congratulations to that photographer. I'll accept that score. And next print, please. Score's 81. Fairly even scoring as well. Would someone like to comment on the print? Okay.
A delightful print, and I love the little continuation or representation of the figure, the clothing the figure has on, and the colours that are captured within the building itself as they're walking past. So its timing is well done. I think there's possibly some, I'm not 100% sure about the printing paper choice of being chosen, but I think the photographer has actually captured a nice, well-seen image.
Thank you, Kay. We'll accept that score. And next print, please. Pretty even scoring there, judges. It's 76, a bronze. Well done, that author. Would someone like to make a comment? Janine?
Look, there's a lovely sense of place and atmosphere in this image, but to improve it, just to isolate the building from the surrounding landscape would be helpful. The printing is quite heavy.
Thank you, Janine. Accept that score. Next print, please. Oh, just hold on. We'll just do a little bit of a judge swap out. Can we have Rachel? Can you step off, please? And could Rebecca take her place, please? That's the next print, right? Yeah. That's the next print. Yeah. Everybody logged on? Cool. Next print, please. Again, nice even scoring. We've got a good solid bronze there at 78. We're happy with that. Well done, that author. Just a comment from maybe Paul.
Yeah, lovely capture there, and I did enjoy the sort of like the little reflection in that the little foreground puddle there. But I found the colour and the printing a little bit flat, and especially in the sky as well, where you normally expect or see a bit of colour in the galactic core area.
Yep, go for it.
Just in terms of the matting, I think the matting's actually sucking a lot of the life out of the print. So just be careful in choice of colour of matting to make it stand out a little bit more.
Thank you, team. Accept that score. And next print, please. Even scoring there. We have a professional standard at 72. High professional standard. Well done. Would someone like to comment on the print, please? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi. I think for the photographer, I think the image is quite busy, and I think it would be nice if you simplified it by not having too many elements that are catching the attention. And maybe just the saturation and possibly being over sharpened a little bit.
Thank you, Kay. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 78. Nice high bronze there. There is an elective challenge there. We're going to leave that. That's cool. Okay. In that case, we have a bronze at 78. Well done. Good strong bronze. Sorry. Can we have a comment for that print, please? Rebecca. I'm sure you've got something to say.
You might know me too well, Terry. Look, this is a stunning image, and what I absolutely love is the tiny little birds that are sitting on the rocks down the bottom. Well captured, well seen. Slightly dark in the shadows. Just if lifting those out a tiny bit would have been helpful. And I also, it would have been lovely to see a little bit more of the left-hand side of the, just a little bit more of the lake or ocean, just to kind of elevate it a little bit more. But well done.
Thank you, Rebecca. Can we have a quick judge change, please? Janine, can you take a little break? Thank you for your wonderful judging. And Jackie, can you step up, please? Thank you. Next print, please. You have an initial score of 76. Nice bronze there. But there is a elective challenge. Chris, would you like to take that up?
Yeah, I'll give it a crack. So I scored this image 80, just in the silver range, and I think what differentiated it for me was there was a good depth to the image all the way through the different layers. I felt there was a good balance in the sharpness and softness in the image, and it did seem to fade away quite nicely. And I thought the image had been well prepared and printed. So I'm not asking for a super high award here, but I think it's worthy of a silver, and be interested to hear where everyone else is at.
Thank you, Chris. I've got a couple of other people that are nearly there. Kay?
Yeah, I felt it was a nicely captured image. It's really nicely balanced. To me, the lighting is not, I guess, enhancing the image. There's a lot of heaviness down the bottom, where you lose some of that detail on the forest floor, and the tree on the right is just pulling your eye away because it tends to be the brightest part. But
Thank you, Kay. Looks like you got a right. Oh, Paul, were you reaching for?
Yeah, no, I'll just concur with most of that. The muddiness in the foreground was what sort of held me back a bit. I did like that colour contrast with the background. That was working quite nicely. So, yeah, but I'm sitting on the average. So.
Thank you, Chris. Let's just rescore that then, please. Thank you. Sorry, I thought I had. And that's moved up to an even stronger bronze at 77. Well done, judges. And congratulations to the author. Photographer, right. Okay. Got to get my wordies right. Next print, please. initial score of 76, bronze. Rebecca, you have a elective challenge there.
Yeah, hi, I scored this 81 silver. It just had an initial impact for me. So much going on. The colour, there's so many layers in there. So there's obviously this sort of building at the front, but then, you know, you've got all of these things happening. And for me, it makes me think, who lived there? You know, what is this building about? How long has it been there? The history of it. You know, those bricks that could be, you know, hundreds of years old potentially, and then you've got the graffiti of the modern versus the sort of history and old, and then you've got these plants that, you know, overgrowing it, and you know, to me it's a bit of a story of who knows what, but you know, I find it quite fascinating. It's quite bright and bold. I think it's quite brave, keeping it, you know, all in colour and all bright and things, but you've got some complementary colours going on with the yellow door and the yellow graffiti, and then up on the top right. But for me, I think it does have an impact, and there's, you know, storytelling in there. So for me, that was just got me into the silver. I think well done.
Thank you, Rebecca. Anybody else in support of the print? A right to reply, I guess, Rebecca, but you've said everything, so. Sorry? Lower end, I can do, yeah, if you'd like to. Jackie would like to say a few words.
I scored at 72 because of there was a lot going on, almost too much going on, and I think that the lighting everything evenly. It didn't help me to venture into the narrative. You know, what is the subject? Is it the door? Is it the graffiti? Is it the vegetation? And that's where I got a little bit lost in, and I sort of was wanting to know. I wanted to know that kind of narrative, that story, but everything was delivered in the same plane. But I'm listening.
Thank you, Jackie. No, you do have the right of reply, Rebecca.
Yeah, in regards to the lighting, you know, I completely hear you there. It is slightly flat, perhaps a different time of day might have just elevated it that even more for me. But the more time I looked at it, the more time I saw those layers. And I think, you know, you brought up about how it's really busy and there's lots going on. And for me, I think that's what actually built it up, is because I could look around it and think, oh, there's graffiti and there's modern, there's old, and there's plants and they've been old, and there's some new little shoots coming through, and there's some old moss. And so for me, it was that juxtaposition of old and new and history and all of those lovely things. So yeah, for me, that's, I'm sitting in silver.
Thank you, Rebecca. Can we rescore? See where it goes, please. And it stays at 76, but that's still a nice bronze. So congratulations to the photographer. I'll accept that. And can we just have a quick judge change, please? Can we, Chris, can you step down for a little while, please? And Mike, can you take... Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, yeah, of course. So that's our next print. Next print, please. Print scores an average of 76. Rebecca, you have a right to challenge that.
Hi, yeah, I scored this in the silver range at 82. For me, before I even got up off my seat and had a look at it, it just gave me a bit of a wow factor. The light is superb, it's very warm. You're in a very cold, freezing cold place. You're obviously up high, but to me it feels warm, and you've got that beautiful, rays of light just coming across the mountains, and then you've got this sort of, this lovely sort of blurry reflection in the bottom, but it's just, to me, it's a bit magical and warm, even though it's cold, and I think it's been well composed. You've got the leading line in from the left there, and then the little tiny trail that leads you around and then back up to the top and around again. So composition's great, and yeah, I think it really definitely sits in that silver range.
Thank you, Rebecca. Kay, would you?
I scored the print 74. I felt that we don't always get the choice in terms of the time of day or timing or in terms of what the weather's doing. But I felt from a distance, the clouds in the sky are too busy for they conflict a little bit with the beautiful mountain scene, and it's an image that you really need to go and appreciate close up. I felt the right-hand side was a little bit heavy. I adore the scene has absolutely been beautifully seen, but I felt there were some things that were actually conflicting with each other within the scene.
Thank you, Kay. Mike?
Yeah, I've got a bit of a dilemma here. I agree totally with what Rebecca said, but I feel as if it's been over-manipulated because I know the scene intimately, and these mountains have been stretched beyond their normal existence by a lot. They don't look like that. And so for me, the descriptor says that you have to be faithful to what the image is, and this one isn't.
Thank you, Mike. Rebecca?
Okay, I don't know this place. I haven't been there, so I don't have the knowledge that Mike has. For me, I'm taking it on face value. Just wanted to address the clouds and the sort of busyness that Kay brought up. And, for me, I think those clouds actually draw your eye. They're horizontal, so they're actually coming into that peak. So for me, they kind of bring your eye in to what is the subject, which is that peak there. A little bit heavy in that right-hand corner, but there is still some detail, lovely detail in the very foreground on the left bottom. And yeah, I mean, look, like I said, I don't know the scene, but for me it was magical and well captured. So I'm in silver.
Thank you, Rebecca. Let's enter our scores, see where this print goes. Sorry. 76. 76. We've got a bronze at 75. So that's still a bronze. Well done, that photographer. We'll accept that score, and we'll have the next image, please. Nice even scoring there. Print scores 74, high professional standard. Perhaps we can have a comment from... Oh, you put your hand up, Jackie.
Yes, probably to bring this up into an X scoring range would be maybe a crop down to the bottom. It's working out what the subject is. Is it the foreground or is it the moon in the sky? And I think just letting us know about that and bringing the mood into the picture will increase it very well.
Thank you, Jackie. Accept that score. And we'll have the next print, please. That's a silver award at 80. Just have a comment from Mike, you're looking at me.
Well, I didn't give it that, so you should take a positive.
Right, okay. Paul.
Into the fire. No, I enjoyed... possibly the thing that held me back a bit was the number of images, but I enjoyed the quality of the printing and all the these little aerial views, which initially you didn't figure out until you got closer to it. And I'm sort of questioned a little bit the placement of the last image, but I enjoyed the tonal range of the black and whites, and yeah, nice little print.
Thank you, Paul. Okay. Next print, please. Print has a score of 78, bronze. But Jackie would like to speak to it.
I scored it in 83. I think it's that the foreground is really strong. The lines pulling us in through layers of different textures, coming up to an extraordinary piece of light that's coming through. That's been allowed to be light. It's allowed to be blown out and streaming through. I think it's a really lovely contrast of all those tones and textures, and lovely print. deserving of a silver.
Thank you, Jackie. Rebecca, would you like to?
So I put this in the professional standard range at 74. I think for me it was, possibly those blown highlights and that heaviness of that top cloud just drew it down. It was just such a sort of a contrast, and whether that's been heavily handled in post, I'm not sure. For me, the highlight of the image is in that bottom left, all of that beautiful texture there, but then I'm sort of lost with the lack of detail and the, with those blown highlights and the mountain and things like that. That's where I sat.
Mike?
Yeah, I gave this a silver as well at 82. I agree with Rebecca that there is overburning on the sky on the right-hand side, but I actually find what's in here that's successful is the caressing of this rock in the bottom left-hand corner. Leads your eye into that beautiful landscape, and as Jackie's pointed out, the beautiful rays of light. It's a matter of more, how does the image feel? And for me, it feels real and it feels alive, and I feel like I'd like to be there. So 82, I think, is a fair score.
Thank you, Mike. Back to you, Jackie.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Yeah, you pretty well said what I didn't say, which is what it's all about. And the sun coming up over a ridge is one of those moments that a landscape photographer catches, and I think this is what's brought the light into the landscape and made it feel like we're there. So well done, 83.
Thank you, Jackie. Let's rescore that print. Sitting on 78, looking for a silver. And we have a silver at 80. Well done, the photographer. Accept that. Next print, please. Initial score of 74. It's either Rebecca or Kay. So Rebecca. Yeah.
I put it in the award range actually at 76, bronze. For me, again, initial impact from a distance, and then going in, I was rewarded with all of the detail that went right through the image. Right through. The tiny waves are just so delicate, even though they're crashing. There's this great storm that's come through or leaving, what have you, and so you've got this incredible dark and then this light and this feeling of, those bright moments when you're on the beach and you have the light popping through, and I think it's been really well handled. So for me, I just think, that impact and the detail right throughout the print's been really well handled, so I put it in the award range at 76.
Thank you, Mike.
I gave this 73. I agree with Rebecca that the moment is really worth capturing, but I think the drama that's there hasn't been captured, and the emotional power that was potential in this image hasn't been realised in the print. So as a print, I think it's flat, and they haven't actually communicated the drama that they were experiencing at the time. So I think they've let themselves down.
Thank you, Mike. Right to reply there, Rebecca.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, the drama is there. You've got the dark and the light and the dramatic and the detail coming through sort of everywhere, a little bit of silhouetting on the mountains, and then the brightness, perhaps a little bit more of the sky could have helped. But for me, it was also those leading lines coming in. And yeah, so I think I believe it's been well handled, and I do enjoy the drama, so well done.
Thank you, Rebecca. That's a professional standard at 74. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Different image there. Okay. Nice even scoring there, judges. You've given that a bronze at 77. Can I take a comment from Kay, please?
Yeah, it's a beautiful little print, and nicely seen. For me, I think I would have loved to have seen a little bit more in space around the subject. I feel it's just a little bit too tight.
Thank you, Kay. Can I have a blank screen, please? And Paul, can you take a break? And Roger, we'll have you up, please. Is that the next print? Okay. Next print, please. Okay, we need to talk about this. It is a cliffhanger at 79, and we'll take Jackie.
So I scored it at 83 in the silver range. We know the subject, where it's been enhanced, it's strong, it's got contrast and saturation. But the panel on the left, where there is minimal saturation, that square is a perfect sort of kind of counterbalance to all that what's going on. I think it's been really well thought out and felt, and I think it would have an enduring quality sitting up on the wall as a print. It's minimal but powerful at the same time.
Thank you, Jackie. Rebecca.
So I scored this 75 in the bronze range. Really well seen. I think for me it just was a little bit overdone, so just a little bit pushed perhaps. but there is some storytelling in there, which, you know, again makes me think about what is this building, who lived there, did someone work there, and I'm definitely listening. Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I'll be positive on this. I gave it 78. I'll come up to the silver range. Initially, I thought it was slightly out of balance with too much space on the right-hand side. In retrospect, I actually think it's given it space for the busyness on the left to actually work. So in terms of visual balance, I think it's perfect. So I'll come up.
Thanks, Mike. Oh, Roger.
I thought there was a story in this image. I thought the story was beauty and ugliness, really. You know, it's an everyday scene that could easily be missed. At first, sort of tilt, the colours are slightly jarring, confronting, but yet as a piece, when you stand back and start to look at it carefully, there's all sorts of little pieces in there. The G at the top left. So I feel it's something that should be rewarded into the silver range. I've scored it.
Thank you, Roger.
81.
It's back to you then, Jackie.
So I scored it 83. You can score it however high you like it into the 83 range, because perhaps it's come forward and meant more to you and then grown on you a little bit more. And I think that the subtlety of just seeing a little bit, maybe that, you said, Roger, that G, and maybe it's an old garage, and so that story's coming through as well. Silver.
Thanks, judges. Let's rescore, see where this goes. We have a silver 82. Well done, the photographer. A silver award. Thank you, judges. We'll accept that. And next print, please. Print scores an average of 76. Jackie would like to speak to it.
Yeah, I'd like an opportunity at 82. Partly its uniqueness. I'm not sure I understand or seen this kind of pink cloud in this way. It almost feels like it's become galactic. Is it? So let's discuss that. But the composition is sort of links down to that cloud underneath, which is quite beautiful. And the printing paper, that sort of goldy, shimmery one, and I think it's really well chosen. I thought lots of good choices there in silver range.
Rebecca or Mike? Rebecca.
I scored this as 72, so professional standard. I shoot quite a bit of astro myself. And look, getting out there in the freezing cold and at the right time of the year and what have you is a challenge in itself, so well done. However, for me, looking at astro images, I really want to see a little bit more on the landscape to give it a bit of context, and it's just it's quite heavy down the bottom, and there's not a lot of detail in the landscape down there. The pink in the sky is fabulous, bit of aurora going on, looks like a big kind of boom. But yeah, just a little bit more sort of go back to that spot and have a go. Yeah.
Thank you, Rebecca. It's back to you, I think, Jackie.
No, I'll take all that on board. Thanks. Yeah.
Okay, let's rescore. And we have a bronze at 76. Well done, that photographer. Accept that. And next print, please. Sorry, what's that? Ah, it's popping. So it's popping. Okay, we need to talk about this one. Initial score is 79. And I think that Roger would like to talk about it.
So,
Let's hear from...
no,
Oh, no, sorry.
I'll start
Sorry.
again. So I gave this a
sorry.
90. I'm rewarding the photographer for lots of things, but primarily originality and imagination. As a piece of design, I think this works outstanding. It's got a combination of sensuousness, of coolness, of soft areas, of sharp areas. There's almost as if there's a shape of an animal in there in the dark tone. The blue, the monochromaticity fits well. So look, I invite you all to come up, please.
Mike.
Interestingly enough, I could have either gone 90 or 77. I went 77, and I'm probably going to come up, mainly because the reason I went 77 was that I sort of recognised it as being something, which I think is an ice cave, and as such, I found all the tones quite flat. Now, having said that, I think that's what makes it work, is the flatness, that the tonal gradations are so subtle and so minimal that I think Roger's got a point.
Rebecca?
Always got a bit more to say. I just wanted to add in there the dolphin. Who can see the dolphin? It's fabulous and shapes and super graphic. Well done. I'm sitting on 85 and I'm going to be coming up. I'll be in the distinction range at least.
Lovely. I think it's back to you, Roger.
Look, you guys have said what I omitted before. It's one of these pieces. I think it's original. The more time you spend with it, the more there is to discover. Yet it's still got a simplicity about it. So look, please come up.
We can rescore when we're comfortable with it.
I figured that out. That's all good.
There's some good debate there because it's gone up to a silver distinction at 87. Well done. Well done, the photographer. I'll accept that score. And we'll have the next print, please. initial score of 83. There is a possibility of a challenge, and Roger first.
Me. This image speaks delicacy to me. It almost reads like a book or a piece of music. You've got those You've got the gentle sort of almost monochromatic lines, just leading vertically, very fine, and yet the spacing across is almost like a separate little tune of the coloured trees which are being picked out. So that's the story I picked up on this piece. I think it's been quite carefully put together and crafted, and I encourage you to have another look at it. I scored 83.
Okay, Mike.
I gave this 85, and I'm going up to 88 because I actually feel that the delicacy that you've just talked about is what's elevated it to the next level. It's not heavy-handed, it's soft, it's subtle, the diagonals are there, the verticals are there, the space is there, the feeling is there, and I think that deserves a distinction.
Thank you, Mike. Jackie?
Yes, I was on 78, and I've heard all that. I guess what was holding me back from going up there was just the subject, the shadows being so bright, and they're sort of fighting against that delicacy. But I can feel the rhythm and pattern you're talking about. But just that was for me. But yeah, I'll be in the silver range now.
Thank you, Jackie. Back to you, Roger.
Just to make a correction, I scored 86. Look, it is all about delicacy, rhythm, and design. It's all, nothing's there by mistake. The photographer has made thoughtful choices, and it sort of stands there almost as a sort of blackboard at school with these, you know, with the beautiful, delicate strokes on it. It's just got all sorts of layers to it, so I encourage you to come up.
Thank you, Roger. Let's rescore, please. Sitting on 83. And some good talking there. It's gone to a silver distinction at 85. Well done, that photographer. Now we're just going to take a little break here for about 10 minutes. So we sort out a small technical problem. So if you'd like to go to the toilet, go for a coffee, get a glass of water, whatever. If we can just vacate the room as much as possible, that'd be cool. Judges, if you could hop down for the time being. home. We've just taken a short break for a technical problem, which hopefully is sorted. Welcome back to the landscape category, sponsored by Sony. We're just getting our judges back together. Oh, it's just back. Okay, everybody, good to go again? Cool. Well, we'll have the next print, please. Print scores 71, professional standard. Can we have a comment, please, from, I don't know, let's say Rebecca or Kay? Yep.
Beautiful sky. I felt that the moon star on the wreath was fighting with the for attention with the tree on the right hand side, so yeah, I was darting between the two without being able to then go around the rest of the image and enjoy it. I felt if there had been a little bit more detail or something along the horizon of that hill or whatever it is it's on, it would actually have lifted it.
Thank you, Kay. Accept that score and next print, please. When did it change from 70 used to be bonds? This is just last year. We have a score of 74. There is a possibility of a challenge there. Are we happy with that? Okay, Roger's going to take it on. What did you score, Roger?
I scored 77. I think this image is worth talking about. I enjoy, so for me, I'll just wait for the clapping to stop. I enjoyed the presentation. The again, the graphic design nature of the image, the area I would throw open to the floor really is whether there's a story here. For me, it's the score pivots on that. I'm not clear that I'm seeing the story, and so I'm just throwing that open for discussion, just to make sure that we as a group are not missing anything for the sake of the photographer. I can see all the elements are trying to join with each other, but it's not a coherent story for me. So I gave it a 77. So anyone want to sort of respond, please?
Thank you, Roger. Perhaps hear from... Okay, Mike, take it away.
I also, thank you, Rebecca. I also gave it 77, but for a reason. I actually like the dynamic that's created by the darks and the lights and the diagonals, and I see it more as a graphic form using trees as the subject, and that's the story. So, and as that story, I think it's very successful. So 77 for me.
And Jackie.
As an educational and other end of the scoring range, I was at 68 because I think you're rewarding the graphics and the idea, but the actual images within those, the pictures, the light is very kind of drab, and all the small elements are not enough and interesting enough, and the lighting's not quite right. So I think that was the wrong kind of day, or the atmosphere. There's no sort of contrast between. Beyond light and dark, where I think a lot more could have been captured and brought to the idea. So that's why I was on 68. Great idea, but you said it, Roger, it didn't quite come off.
Thank you, Jackie. It's back to you, Roger.
I think the judges have said enough, and we'll just rescore. Really, that's yep. Let's do it.
Go ahead. Score 73, professional standard. Thank you, judges. Can we have a blank screen, please? And Rebecca, can you hop down? Sorry, no? Oh, sorry, no. We'll leave it. We'll leave you as you are. You happy? Okay, I haven't accepted that, have I? Can we have the next print, please? Scores, please, judges. Print scores 80. Fairly even scoring there. Nice silver. Well done to the author. Can we have a comment, please, Roger?
I thought the photographer made some clever, thoughtful choices here. Essentially, it's an image of rectangles, but the largest rectangle is the sky, and that's for a reason. You've got that soft, surreal, almost celestial line of clouds there that leads your eye up into the sky. It's almost an image of hope with the leading line, so I reward the photographer. Well done.
Thank you, Roger. Can we have a blank screen, please? Rebecca, can you hop down, love? Can we have Janine back, please? Thank you. Next print, please. Initial score of 77, but Jackie would like to talk to it.
Yeah, I'd scored at 82. I thought they're just this perfect placement of all the geometric shapes within that, the fridge, and counterbalanced by that pole up on the left-hand corner, the speaker. I mean, you can see all those elements, but the red, the treatment of the print to bring out that clarity, I just thought they were all good choices that sort of deserved that, or in that silver range.
And hear from Mike. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I initially was putting it into silver, but I just pulled it back into what was in. Sorry, I was initially putting it into the bronze range. I feel the right hand side is quite weighted, where there's not that, we've got a symmetry there, but it's not a symmetry because the right side is quite heavy with weight, particularly with the fridge there, the strong whiteness, and it's not, to me, balancing overly well with what's happening on the left-hand side. And that's why I've put it where I have at the moment at 74. Well, I'm listening, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie.
I
Jackie?
scored this image 76, and I'm considering bringing my score up slightly because symmetry and total balance is boring, and well, can be boring. Sorry, but I think in this case that weighting to the right is interesting.
Jackie?
Yeah, so just to come back, so I'm on 82. It's those choices. This is a found place, and the timing. There's a little red dot on that speaker I've just seen that is part of that balance. For me, Kay, the left-hand side being bigger does balance out the right-hand side. That there's got that smaller object, and that's that bait, that weight. So that's where the compositional is pulling all together. I think I'm still in that silver range, and I think a few of others might come there.
Thank you, Jackie. Let's rescore it and see where it goes. Sitting on 77. And that's moved up to 79. So we're going to go for a review. We're going to score 79 or 80, please, judges. And you're pretty all well agreed. That's a silver. Good talking. Congratulations to the photographer. We'll accept that. Next print, please. It's got a score of 72. There's a possibility of a challenge there. Mike, would you like to take that up? Thank you, Mike. Jackie?
So I was at the lower end at 67. I was confronted by a colour cast, which maybe you'll say it's about film or some sort of noir. There is some good light coming through there, but I'm prepared to come up a little bit. I don't think it's in that award range for me though. I'm looking for that extra little bit of special, something else that's happening in there, and gee, my eye still does go to that really bright light that is coming over the hill. That I think it could have been treated in a different way.
Back to you. Oh, Roger.
I I appreciate what Mike's saying. It's got the beautiful record of a beautiful scene. It makes you sort of feel warm, safe. The light is sublime. The things that I struggle with in terms of getting it up into an award, it's an image of layers really, of the foreground, the river, the trees, and then the block of green behind, and then the ocean or whatever that bright area is. But if it is an image of layers, layers are kind of imperfect. There's not enough separation, particularly on the river. And for those reasons, I think I wouldn't take it up into the bronze range, sadly. That's me.
Thank you, Mike. Right, a reply? Thanks, guys. Can you rescore it, please? Somebody hasn't entered their score. Who would that be? Mike. Thank you for that. It's high professional standard at 72. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Judges, we are running a little bit behind time, so if we can just be as expedient as possible. Print score is 72, high professional standard. Can we have a comment, please? Maybe Kay, would you like to?
I feel the image needs a little bit more balance to it. It's very, very saturated on the right hand side, and it doesn't connect to me with what the colours potentially could be or should be in the foreground, and the foreground is just a little bit muddy.
Thank you, Kay. Next print, please. Yeah, scores, please, judges. Initial score of 79, so we need to talk about it, and Kay is the one that's going to do that, please.
I scored at 87. There's a real simplicity and minimalist feeling to this image, but I'm imagining it really, really big on a wall. It's the texture, it's man erasing itself from the landscape, the tonal control, the colour palette is just so subtle, and that's why I scored it 87 in the silver distinction range. I think it's one of those images that you need to sit with for a little while and appreciate it for what it is. It's not doing anything more. You can make up figures in the graffiti that's been erased, but to me it's just the really good balance of tones and just subtle details that are placed very, very deliberately around the frame.
Thanks, Kay. Janine, can we hear from you, please?
Look, I do enjoy a good mystery, and I stood back and I thought, gosh, I really can't quite figure this one. But, and I thought this will be interesting when I get closer, and I just didn't get that impact as I moved closer. It didn't hit me emotionally, and I wasn't rewarded for that initial mystery. Yeah, I'm listening though.
Mike?
Okay. I gave this a bronze 76, so I'm sort of, I see the merits, but I don't see the high merits. The subtlety that you talked about with what's around the outside, I don't find subtle. I find them actually too heavy. And I find the middle part, the painted wall, as a landscape, really, really interesting. But I'm fighting with the edges, with the dark edges at the top and the bottom. So there's visual conflict happening in there. But the main part of the image, I think is very successful as a landscape, as an urban landscape. So parts of it I see successful, parts not, which is why I'm at a low bronze.
Thank you, mate. Roger, you want to add?
I think this image is about challenging the norms. It's about confronting us. Certainly, you look at it and have to work out what it is, and then once you do, it's something you wouldn't normally take a photograph of, and yet they have, and they've produced something abstract. I agree with some of the things that Mike said. I scored it an 82. I think it's a silver. I think that's where it should sit, and the reason is because the photographer has been clever and courageous.
Thank you, Roger. Back to you, I think, Kay.
Yeah, Mike, just to address your concerns around the dark areas around the edges, that is what pulls it all together. That is what gives it its contrast. That's what gives it its dynamic impact. And I think that those elements have been well controlled and placed. Without that contrast, you would be looking at a very flat and very boring image. But the photographers deliberately placed these elements there to hold us within the scene, to make us really draw our eyes into those, you could call them fighting bulls in the middle. But to me, it's an abstract image which should be appreciated for its abstractness. And to me, those tones really, the contrast in those tones really work really well. And so for me, it's been an excellent form of visual communication. And that's why I placed it in the silver distinction range.
Thank you, judges. Let's rescore this print and see where it goes. Sitting on 79, we need a decision. And we have a score of 81 silver. Good debate. Thank you, judges. Can we have the next print, please? We've given that print an 81. It's pretty even scoring. Well done. Nice silver. Can we have a comment from Kay? Or, yeah?
Yeah. Delightful image. I love the almost Pac-Man reference of the coming through in the clouds. It's been well seen and well captured and beautifully printed.
Thank you, Kay. Next print, please. We get the time on here or not? No. What's the physical time? Scores, please, judges. Okay, we have an 81 silver distinction. There's a possible challenge from Mike, who would like to take that up. What's your score, Mike?
87. So it's not that much higher, but it is rewarding the strength of this. It's the power of the contrast. They've been brave enough to push it to the edge, but keeping detail where we need to see detail. And it's made it more dramatic by doing that. The subtlety of the feeling of the cloud. In the clouds, it's not just cloud. There's a feeling of a depth of cloud that almost allude to another mountain range in the background. And it's subtleties like that that comes out of this power of the contrast, just elevates it to another level for me.
Janine, then Jackie. Janine first, please.
I guess I was looking for perhaps a little bit more originality, and I think, Mike, you've summed up where that is coming from through that contrast. So yeah, I'm listening.
Jackie, did you want to say something?
Yep. So I'm with Mike. I was on 82, and I'll come up a bit higher. I think it's the three-dimensionality, that choice of the light coming from that left-hand side. It's making those areas just pop out, and there's a little black mark right in the middle, that symmetry point that makes it feel like a face, and I engage it in that way. So I'm there on that one.
Yeah, sum it up, Mike. Oh, sorry, Kay. Would you?
I really wanted to score this a little bit higher. I really enjoy the contrast that you've mentioned, Mike. But to me, and you've also mentioned about it being pushed a little bit, and to me, the foreground has just been pushed a little bit too much, and so it's created a slightly muddy and almost feel to it. I really enjoy the image, and I did want to score it higher. If you can reply to me on that one, I'll listen.
Very quickly, Roger, because we're, yep.
2 quick points, really. One is the lighting doesn't seem real for that amount of light on the building, but not the foreground. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the choice of position of the tree. Dovetailing in with what is the message, what is the story of this picture? Why is the tree there, and why is it positioned in a place for a symmetrical image that's not symmetrical?
Thanks, Roger. Sum it up, Mike, please.
Yeah, they're all good questions. With Kay, you can actually change the score, so not wanting to, you can. And so I'd suggest that you do. Concerning the other elements, there is a certain surreal element to this, and that the realism that you're looking for isn't there. The tree's been highlighted by making what's behind it brighter, so it's made it stronger, which makes it in contrast to the other elements of the flat foreground that has blacks in it. It's not, this is a real object that's been interpreted in a surreal context. So don't look at this as being real. It's not real. It's been crafted by a photographer with the ability to dodge and burn and increase contrast, and I think it's very successful.
Thanks, Mike. Let's rescore the print, please. Sitting on 81. Someone needs to put in the score. We've got a score of 83 silver. Well done. Good debate. Accept that. Next print, please. Scores, please, judges. Sorry, I'm going to try and move you along a little bit. We are running quite a bit behind time. Has a score of 80 silver on average. There is a possibility of a challenge. And we're going to accept that score. So a comment from someone, please. Jackie.
Yep, beautifully seen. The reiteration of the shape of the light coming through, and that cloud at the top that's spilling over and sort of feels like a mountain. So beautiful contrast of the still and the action above. So well done.
Thank you, Jackie. Next print, please. Score of 73. Are we happy with that? Yep, we are. So we'll accept that. High professional standard. Comment please from Mike.
A little bit more detail on the blacks would have helped this a lot. It's just blocking up.
Thank you, Mike. Next print, please. Print scores 74. Are we happy with that? Yes, we are. So we'll have a comment from Jackie, please.
Quick comment. I think it would have scored higher with the lights being brought down and controlled a bit more to bring the emotion and opening up a little bit of those shadows towards the little boat.
Thank you, Jackie. Next print, please. Print scores 73. High professional standard. We happy with that, judges? We'll accept that score and get a comment, please, from, let's see, maybe Roger?
Well composed image with beautiful leading curvy lines up to the figure. The area at the top right, I'm not sure whether that's a bit of genius to balance the dark tones leading your eye in, or whether my eye keeps going to it and it distracts and competes with the figure. But a well composed, thoughtful image, really.
Thank you, Roger. Next print, please. Like some scores, please, soon. Print score 76. Kay would like to talk to the print. What's your score, Kay?
I'd like to see this in the silver range. I scored at 82. I actually found each of those little areas have a different range of interest, but it's been cleverly put together then to actually bring it together as a whole. Lovely tonal range within the printing. So I've just put it into the silver range just for the interest in each of those little elements that are helped pulled together by the way it's been presented.
Thank you, Kay. Janine, can we hear from you, please?
I did enjoy the way that this image explodes out of the frame, if you like. Sorry, my score was 72. I actually found the printing a little bit off, maybe a bit flat. Also, to the author, just be really careful when having your images matted. There was a sort of, it was just not quite, there was a bit of white space at the bottom of the mat. So yeah, that's, I'm listening, yep.
I might be back to you actually, Kay.
Normally we would see something like this as a single image, but I think the photographer's chosen to present it as 9 different images so that we actually do appreciate each of those little images for what they are and the interest that they hold. The printing is not perfect, the tonal range is not 100% perfect, and the matting may not be perfect, but to me it's about the interest that each of those little elements hold, that the photographer's chosen to present it that way for that very reason, as opposed to one single image. And each of those elements just fit together beautifully.
Thank you, Kay. Let's rescore the print, please. Print scores 77. Good bronze there. Well done. Set that next print, please. We have an 80, score of 80, silver. Well done. Can we have a comment, please? Roger, would you like to?
That's good. Yin Yang, this spoke to me really. I might just leave it at that. It's got sort of two tones, 2 trees, 2 colours. It's quite beautiful.
Yeah, no, Kay has another comment to make.
I thought the photographer's actually chosen to place those trees in a well chosen to place those trees where they have been. To push it up a little bit more, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more detail. There's a little bit of a softness in the foreground that isn't replicated with what's happening with the detail in the trees and that. And it's just potentially a little bit off balanced.
Thank you, Kay. Can we have a blank screen, please? And we'll have the next print, please. What's he saying? A score of 80, but we do have an elective challenge from Rebecca. What was your score, Rebecca?
Hi there, I scored this an 85. I think this is absolutely worthy of a distinction. For me, it's the storytelling element here. Really harsh landscape. These animals that are living in a place that has almost no feed or no shelter, no trees around for miles and miles. And this is their home, you know, this is their little shelter. They obviously go in there to rest and sleep and keep warm. It's rough, it's gritty. The photographer has captured the decisive moment of this sort of, sheep doing what they do is follow the next one, and they follow the next one, the next one, next one. And the drama in the sky just sort of adds to that sort of grittiness and the barren and the isolation. The animals are separated nicely from the horizon. The photographer has brought a lot to this image with how they've composed it, everything, you know, the lens they've used, the treatment of black and white. For me, it's definitely worthy of distinction.
Thank you, Mike. Can you comment, please?
I gave this 75, but I'm coming up to 80. Going to 85. I actually find that the printing of this and the treatment of the overt burning and into the corners, just really taking my eye away from the subject that's happening. And I agree with you that the storytelling in here is superb, but that I just find that parts of the image really flat and really not sympathetic to the subject. Those sheep are a little bit too bright for the treatment that's required, because really it's about the sheep, and they're sort of just not treated as well as they could be, but it's the vignetting on the corners that keeps it out of distinction for me.
Thank you, Mike. Looks like it might be back to you, Rebecca.
Just to address the vignetting, perhaps I just didn't see it because I was just so interested in the story, and that for me was the sort of key element. And, you know, I can forgive a little bit of darkness in the corner, and for me, probably looking at it from a distance, it probably draws me in as opposed to takes me out. The sheep, a little bit bright, they are the subject, and there is still detail in the sheep, so I'm sort of, you know, I'm still there, so I'm still sitting on distinction. It's a very graphic and storytelling image for me. So yep.
Thank you, Rebecca. Let's rescore, judges. We have a slightly better silver there at 8-1. So good silver. Well done. Good debate. And we'll have the next print, please. Print scores silver at 82, and we could have elected Jan. Yeah, Janine is going to take the gamut there.
The initial impact of this image was strong. I stood up and went, maybe a bit over-processed. And then I went in and had a look, and I thought that's definitely part of the message here. This is emulating almost like an oil painting where the paint is absolutely troweled onto the canvas, and I loved it for that. The colours, complementary colours, brilliant, and also another perhaps reference to those types of oil paintings. I'd encourage you to have another look through that lens. My score, sorry, 86, so, yeah. I was enjoying this image, and I encourage you to bring your scores up just a touch to silver distinction.
Okay, we'll hear from Chris next, please.
Yeah, perhaps I was at the other end of the spectrum. I scored this a 76, mostly for the reasons that you mentioned around I thought it was quite heavily processed, and I guess that certainly held me back. I'm not quite seeing the oil effect that you're talking about, but I'm happy to listen to what other people say, and yeah, I was at 76 and perhaps can come up a bit, but yeah, thank you.
Rebecca.
Okay, so I just want to say the turtle. Can everyone see the turtle? Is coming to shore on the rocks, coming in on the right. Can you see it? That for me is a gold nugget, and I'm on 82. I'm actually going to come up to distinction. For me, that's the storytelling part of it, which I love. And it for me, it tells a story of that turtle coming ashore and coming into safety. Excuse me. So I'm coming up.
Back to you, Belinda, I think. Sorry. Back to you, Janine.
Sorry, Becca, I haven't got your turtle butt. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I was looking for a real one. Yeah. Look, it sounds to me like perhaps the thing that's holding people back is the treatment of the image. I think this is absolutely intentional from the photographer to give that effect of brush strokes, which you can particularly see in the top of the frame and through those waves. So, all power to you.
Rescore the print, please. It's a nice silver distinction at 85. Good talking, judges. We'll accept that. Give me a blank screen, please. Just going to just a blank screen for a moment. I'm just going to swap over with Belinda for a minute. Take a short break. Okay.
Right, next print, please. Okay, so we have an initial score there of 72. Chris, would you like to talk about this? No? Yes?
Yeah, I'll give it a go. I guess what I was enjoying. Sorry, I scored this 76. So I think what I was starting to enjoy about it was there was an element of abstraction to it. I do recognise there are some issues with the image in terms of there's areas which I wish were slightly sharper, and perhaps some improvements around mid-tone contrast in certain areas. But as an overall image, I thought it was worthy of a bronze award, and I could enjoy it as an abstract.
Thank you. We'll just rescore. I'll just... Yep, sorry. Mike, did you want to say something?
Just to counter that, I'd like to point out that it's the burnt-out foreground that's really distracting, and the lack of depth of focus is the other really distracting thing. I gave this 69. It struggled to be professional practice for me.
Right, can you just rescore that, please? Thanks. Great, so that's just stayed at 72, which is a high professional standard. Thanks, judges. Next print, please. Okay, so we have a score here of 75, which is a bronze award. Again, Chris, would you like to speak?
Yeah, really, really interesting the way the windswept tree has been blown over, and I guess it appears as if it's resting on the fence. I think to improve this image, the colours just look a bit muted for me in the sky, and perhaps I'd be looking to just play with the tonality and colour in the sky.
Jackie, did you have anything to add? Cool, accept that and move on to the next print, please.
We have a score of 70, professional standard. Thank you, judges. Yeah, can we have Janine? You're looking right at me. Why don't you make a comment for me, please?
Look, there's a beautiful quality of light in this image, but the photographer needs to work on finding a more original capture of this type of subject.
Thank you, Janine. Next print, please. So we're okay for a few minutes, really, aren't we? Yeah. Cool. It's a nice even bronze at 76. Well done, photographer. Bronze award. Comment. Chris, you looked at me. I think you'd like to.
Yeah, there is a beautiful softness to this image, and certainly had a feeling of tranquility about it. So I was starting to get some, an emotive connection to it. However, I think to elevate this a bit, I would be, it just felt a bit flat in places and perhaps needed a bit more contrast through the image.
Thanks, Chris. Next print, please. Good, he was scoring there at 80, silver. Can we have a comment, please? Yes, please, Jackie. Take it away.
Oh, I scored into the silver range. I possibly taking further up into that range is a bit of a purpley colour cast through that monochrome, and maybe something that's a bit more icy, just to enhance that lovely repetition of form and shape and lovely isolation of that the wonderful ice.
Thank you, Jackie. Next print, please. Print scores 76. So good, strong bronze. Can we have a comment, please? Rebecca, maybe this time.
I think this photographer's captured a great moment. There's some repetition of shape in the sky with the mountains in the background. I think it's just been a little bit heavily handled in the sky, a little bit there, and maybe having a play with the crop, perhaps, just to kind of bring you in a little bit more into the middle there. But it may be a place that you live in, and go back and have another go at it and look at different times of day as well. So yeah.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next print, please. If any of you judges need any water or need anything, just yell out. Need to keep you hydrated. Print scores 79, and we have definitely a Rebecca. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, Rebecca is as well. Whichever one wants to take it, just do it. Rebecca.
I gave this 81. Definitely deserving of an award, a silver award. It's the softness. It's the atmosphere. It's not just a mountainscape. It's one of those things that you wake up in the morning and you go, wow, where would you like to be in the world? And this is the place with a point of focus that's not overly done. There's a lack of contrast in here that would have made it sort of super real, but the softness is what makes it a silver for me.
Janine, can we hear from you, please?
Thank you, Mike. It was actually, in a way, the softness that was holding me back. I was on 74. I got lost in the softness around the edges, and my eye was sort of trying to reconcile those mountains in the background in the softness. So, yeah, but I'm certainly hearing where you're coming from.
Thank you, Janine. Anybody else want to address? Jackie?
Yeah, I was on 78, and it was the hot spot that's behind that obvious point of the point that's coming out of the clouds, but it seems to have been dodged a little bit too hard for me. But I'm listening.
Atmosphere, emotion, clearing storms, the things that landscape photographers love, and it's these moments that you realise just how wonderful what you can see is. The subtlety of this is, I think, what makes it work. The fact that everything around the outside is so soft, and so it's alluding to what's coming. Yeah, it's that grandeur that you can't quite see yet. So it's subtle, and I think it's beautifully done.
Thank you, Mike.
Silver.
Rescore it. And we scored about 81. Silver. Well done. Oh, can we have a blank screen, please? Just accept that. Okay. Jackie, would you like to take a little break? And Rachel, would you like to come back, please? And we'll also, while we're at it, Chris, would you like to take a break? And we'll pull Paul Daly back, please. Thank you. As I say, is everybody happy? No one needs water or anything at this stage? Good. Keep you all happy. Okay, next print, please. Number 73, professional standard. Thank you, judges. Can we take a comment from Mike, please?
Just reduce down your saturation would help. Another one, just your blacks are blocking up a little bit too much and bleeding. So cut back on your processing.
Lovely, thanks, Mike. Next print, please. For everybody listening at home, we are judging landscape, and this is sponsored by Sony. We have a silver 80. Well done. Pretty even scoring there as well. Let's take a comment from somebody. Oh, Rebecca. Thank you.
The initial impact of this was quite intense for me, and I just smiled when I saw it. It made me feel warm. I wish I was there. I wish I could have seen that. I'm lucky to see it now. The only thing I'd just say, a little bit tight at the top left, a little bit more room at the top would have just brought it up and allowed you to see a bit more of the drama in the sky. But beautiful image, well done.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next print, please. Scores, please, judges. So, who hasn't entered? Someone who hasn't entered their score. Who's that? Rachel. Sorry. That's the one. It made all the difference. That's 81, and that is fairly even scoring, and we're pretty happy with that. An 81, silver. Well done. Can we have a comment, please? I think we'll have one from Rachel.
Congratulations to the photographer. It's beautifully captured the tenacity of the plant in such a rugged environment is pretty cool, and it's a different perspective for that. I don't actually have anything. If someone else can say what would lift it higher, I don't have anything that I could suggest.
Thank you, Ray. Anybody else got a comment from the print? It's always nice to give just a little bit of positive feedback about how they could possibly improve the print.
Look,
Yep.
I would like to compliment the photographer on the beautifully softly rendered rocks and water, and then this tack sharp, tenacious plant. I thought the sort of complementary nature of that was well done.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. Print scores silver at 81, but others have strong feelings about it. So we'll hear from Janine first, please.
This is a really well seen abstract landscape. The shapes of the waves as they're coming into shore. I mean, you could take it as being some other form of land-based landscape, or painting, or many interpretations. I love the way that the sort of there's less intensity in the waves as you head towards the bottom of the frame. You sort of drift down through them, and particularly the sort of the actual ridges of the waves. It's quite harmonious. It is quite abstract. I really enjoy it. I gave it 88, and I believe it is just well deserving of a higher award.
Mike, can we hear your opinion, please?
I got this wrong, so I'm going to 88 as well. I didn't see what it was, and I do now. Thank you, Janine. So I think she's on the money, and I'll support that.
Yep.
I scored this 87, so I'm right up there with you. Mike, earlier you mentioned pictorialism, and I think this is a really lovely example of that style of photography. It doesn't have to be sharp. There are soft areas that work very, very beautifully, holds you in the frame, makes you think, and the more you sit with it, the more enjoyable it is, and it's a very unique take on this type of scene, so very well done. And yeah, I'm at 87.
Thank you, Rachel. Back to you, Janine, I think. Or
I'm going up.
yeah?
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, we could do.
Yeah, no, the only thing was I was just struggling with the paper choice personally, but yeah, I'm hearing everything that everybody's saying. I underscored it at 77, so I'm coming up.
Okay, summing up, Janine. Take it
Yeah,
home.
thank you, judges. Look, I'm on 88. I can't move my score, but the messages I'm hearing here are gold. And just that abstraction, the beautiful ridges in the waves, and to address that paper choice, I think it actually adds to the composition. It gives it a really, really beautiful, soft, fine art feel. And again, harking to other forms of abstract art. And as I said, I can't move my score, but I strongly encourage you guys to consider going gold.
Thank you, Janine. Let's see whether it does get gold. It's sitting on 81. And it's become a nice silver with a distinction at 86. Well done. Good discussion, judges. We'll accept that in next print, please. We have an even score of 80. Thank you, judges. Rebecca, perhaps you can make a comment, please.
beautiful, delicate image. What I took from it was the branches on the left-hand side are kind of like not going to be weighed down by the snow. You know, all of the others are kind of all like sagging and a bit sad and heavy. And I thought that was brilliant. Just a little bit more detail in the foreground in the white. I can't see anything in there. Would have just lifted it a little bit more. Yeah, if anyone else has got anything. Yeah, yep, but well done.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next print, please. Love to have some scores, please, soon, judges. Let's keep it rolling along. We have a score of 82. Possible challenge. Rebecca? What was your score, Rebecca?
Yeah, look, I'll give this one a go. I set it 85. I think this is worth a distinction. I find, first of all, I took a step back, looked at it. To me, it was shark teeth. It could be waves coming in, crashing in. For me, I wrote my notes down as had a fine art feel to it, beautifully captured the tonality, the sort of the range through. It's interesting, the sepia sort of feel, and that to me feels quite vintage, something of times gone by, and yet it's quite harsh and jaggedy. So there's a sort of a great abstraction there as well. I think it's worthy of distinction. Actually, I think it's got a beautiful fine art feel.
Thank you, Rebecca. Janine.
Look, I totally got the etching-like quality, and the sepia tone adds to that. But
What'd you give it?
I gave it 78. I was I question why. I mean, what is? I don't necessarily need to know what this is, but what is it trying to tell me? And I couldn't get that. But if other judges have got hints for me on that, I'm right into it.
Looks like it might be right back to you, Rebecca, at this stage. Oh, no.
I'm at 84, so strong silver, and not too far off the silver distinction, so I'm listening very carefully to what everyone's saying. I don't particularly need a why. It is really beautifully controlled and well printed. The tonal range is actually really lovely, and I guess just to push me that little bit higher, Bex, you need to tell me what the extra wow is to get it to distinction from silver.
Thank you. Back to you, Rebecca.
I'm hearing what you're saying, and I probably agree with Rach in the fact that I'm not sure why either. But I also see a beautiful layering that's coming through from those jagged edges on the bottom to those soft kind of hooks at the back. And there's these tiny little dots on the right there that, they're so delicate and it's been so well handled. And I think, there's the decisive moment when you're shooting this probably aerial, and I think they've absolutely nailed it. So I'll let you guys be the judge next.
Let's rescore, judges, please. Sitting on 82. And it's got a notch to 83. Good strong silver though, well done. Can we have a blank stream, please? Mike, would you like to take a break?
I'd love to.
Okay, you go for it, Mike. And we'll have the lovely Kay back. Yeah, sure. And we'll have the next sprint, please. Score of 72. We happy with that? Yep. We'll accept that and maybe take a comment from Janine.
Thanks, Terry. I'd like to congratulate the photographer on the originality of placing this object over an astro capture. It didn't quite make it over the line. Just the actual radio mast, not very sharp, and just keep working on this concept though and improving those technicalities.
Good comments, thanks Janine. Can we have the next sprint, please? You're doing well, judges. We're actually running to time now. We've pulled ourselves up a wee bit. I've got information on my screen that tells us exactly where we are time-wise, and we were in 2 minutes of the finishing time at the moment, so keep it up. Currently we have a score of 74, but there is an elective challenge. Rachel? What's your score, Rachel?
I scored this 83, solid silver. I found it really intriguing. There are some technical things with the highlights in a couple of the areas which do distract me a little bit, which is why I didn't go any higher with that. I find the scene itself really nicely captured, and I'm quite intrigued by what the festival or what it might be that was being celebrated with these hanging figures. And yeah, I'd like to see what other people thought.
Janine, you're at the opposite end of the spectrum.
Now, I scored this image 68. I too was intrigued with the figures hanging in the alleyway above the wheelie bins. I thought was sort of an interesting counterpoint. But I really, I mean, I don't like to pick on technical things, but there is some verticals that aren't quite vertical, and the shallow depth of field really didn't add to this story.
Thank you, Janine. Anybody else like to comment there?
I sat this at 73, same as Janine really, but for me, the one extra thing that I was so desperate when I was looking at it was I could see that there was a figure in the bottom right hand, and I just desperately wanted to see that person, and they were completely out of focus, and that would have been for me the absolute, I would have gone into award range. But
Probably back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, guys. Well worth the conversation, because all of these things are going to give the photographer some really great stuff to work on, but I think I've got a bit of a hard talk up here. I would like you to just consider the uniqueness of the scene, and thank you for your conversation.
Judges rescore sitting on high professional standard at the present time, 74. And it remains round about that, an average of 73. So good discussion. We don't really need a comment at this stage, do we? Because we've discussed it. So next print, please. Need one more judge to enter the score, and they've done that, and we have a silver distinction at 86. However, Rachel thinks differently. What is your score, Rachel?
I gave this 92 gold. I was sitting in silver distinction range. I looked at it. I thought, wow, this is just gorgeous. The subtlety and the textures and the tones. And from back here, I thought all those blacks are going to be bringing it down for me. And I found details in the blacks, and I just think it is beautifully handled, absolutely magically done. Takes me to another world. The lines that take you through the image compositionally, just stunning, and I've rewarded it in the gold range for that reason.
Janine, you know we're coming your way.
Thank you. Look, I very much wanted to enjoy this image. I've been up and had another look, because it was those details in the blacks that were holding me back. I scored 73. I was a little bit grinchy. But I think what would really help me to come higher is there's two areas of black. There's the top one on the right hand side. I think that's great, that's awesome. But for me, I am not sure that the bottom area of black kind of adds to that amazing composition and beautiful detail. It is gorgeous, but I just couldn't reconcile that really dark area at the bottom with what I was seeing in the rest of the picture.
Thank you. Yeah, Paul.
I was on 80, and the only thing that pulled me back a little bit on it was that there seems to be a little bit of softness in this bottom left corner, that it's a little bit unresolved to me, considering the sharpness across the rest of the image, and that detail in the sort of like the mid-level shadow is a little bit on the darkest. I would have liked to have seen a smidge more in there, but beautiful image. Just sort of needed those couple of things to be resolved for me.
Thanks, Kay.
This is an exercise of tone and texture. Thank you, Rachel, for putting this into the goal, because I felt I underscored it. When I went up and saw this image, the textures that are in there excited me. It was really, the level of detail is exquisite. I don't know how many people know or can relate to Ansel Adams' zone system, but to me this is an exercise in pure tonal range. We've got solid black in that small area towards the right hand side. The level of detail in that solid, in the blackness in the bottom part, there is absolute detail in there. And you're going through all of those various tonal ranges right through to the I don't think pure white, but almost at that pure white stage. The softness doesn't bother me because you've got a softness leading all the way up on that right side. On the left side, you've got absolute pin sharpness throughout, and it's abstract. It is the detail, the tonal range is it's sublime.
Okay, Rebecca, quick comment.
I'm on 85. I'm really happy with it sitting there. I think it's stunning. I do have a slight issue with the fact that that strip of black on the right is completely, there's no detail in there. There is in the front kind of quite heavy part which pulls me down, but I was looking for that detail in there, and there's detail right through the highlights talking about tonality, but just to bring it up that little bit more into the gold range, I would have wanted to see detail in that, in all of the blacks, like there is in all of the white. You know, there's that detail, but it's stunning. Well done.
Thanks, Rebecca. Rachel, I think it's time to take it home.
Okay, I agree completely with everything that Kay said, and it really excites me because that was just perfect commentary. Talking about the heavier black part in the foreground sort of part of the image, it is beautifully mirroring in a very, very subtle way all of those detailed corrugations in that top curve of the image. The composition there is just so cleverly done to get in something that is, you know, snow or sand, probably sand, to have something that's mirroring or reflecting part of the image in such a well-controlled way is beautiful. The little sliver that Bex is having trouble with the darkness of, I mean, these are shadows, and sometimes shadows are just solid. If the detail isn't there to see, then you can't do anything about it. The printing on this, the handling and the control in the print, whether it is the photographer that's done that or whether they have actually got someone else to do it for them, they have worked really closely with sending a message on how they want this produced. I think that they have had complete control from start to finish in this image creation, and I think that we really need to be rewarding that with the gold.
Thanks, Rachel. Let's rescore the print. Exciting time for the photographer, sitting on 86. Let's see where it goes. Goes to 88. That's a very strong silver distinction. Good discussion. We'll accept that, and the next print, please. Scores, please, judges. Print scores 80, silver. Well done, thank you. Let's take Paul. Can you make a comment on that for us, please?
Beautifully seen little urban landscape. I love the sort of symmetry-ish of the signs and the stain on the wall, sort of mirroring the pole or whatever that is on the other side there. Yeah, lovely.
Thanks, Paul. Next print, please. Thank you. I'd like to consider your scores, please, judges, soon, just so that we can keep the pace up a wee bit. Want to give every print its dues. A good even score there at 80, silver. Well done, thank you. Let's take a comment from Rachel, please.
Congratulations to the photographer. I think there's been a lot of very careful and considered thought gone into the creation of the symmetry of this image, and I think that thought to score higher, just think about the background elements and how they affect the symmetry and the balance as well, and the edge detail with the shadow of the tree and stuff on the right.
Thanks, Rachel. Next print, please. Yes, get those scores in, please, judges. Scores 82 silver. We can have, yep. Sorry, Rebecca, yes, you can take it on. By lines, please.
Yeah, hi. I popped this into distinction range. I sat with this for quite a while just before I actually went up to the print, and it reminds me of if you have pieces of felt and you're making an image with a child, and you're creating a sort of a landscape or some sort of abstract image, and I see a mountain with the sun shining above it, and then layers of the land, and it's been beautifully handled. It gives me, yeah, it makes me feel like I'm playing with the kids and I'm creating that on, with materials and things that you'd paste together, and I think it's been expertly managed and handled. Tonality's beautiful, and the more you look at it, the more you see. So that's where I pop it in distinction.
Thanks, Roberta. Janine, can we hear from you, please?
Look, I'm loving, and I gave this 78. I'm loving the sort of this is an exercise in textures and has a really sort of handcrafted feel, which is hard to do in a landscape. thank you, Rebecca, for your take on the mountain and the sun, because I was feeling like the white area was dominating my handcrafty, texturey kind of vibe. So yeah, I'll take that. Yeah.
Where are we? Sorry, I'm blonde a moment. Rachel, let's hear from Janine. Sorry, Janine. Kay, sorry, Kay.
Yeah, I'm going to lift my score. I scored at 82. I really enjoy, and I actually, here I am harping on about Ansel Adams again, but it reminded me of the image, an abstract of the image, Moonrise over Hernandez. I really enjoy the placement of each of those elements and how they're connecting. Each element has a line that creates that leading line that flows through into the next element. And I think that's very cleverly been seen. Textures, tone, really beautiful abstract image which can also have another meaning to it.
Thanks, Kay. Anybody else? It's back to you, Rebecca.
I feel like I don't need to say much more for the first time ever in my life. I can't change my score, so I'd really, encourage you to come up to distinction, and I'm glad to see that you've seen what I saw.
Thank you, Rebecca. Judges, let's rescore that, sitting at 82. And it's come up to a distinction at 85. Good stuff. Well done. That's very, very cool. That's cool. We'll accept that and next print, please. Keep my brain located. Just need to pick up the pace again a little bit. Judges, we're just slipping behind that a little bit again. So we've got a silver there at 83. However, Kay definitely wants to have a chat about that. Go for it, Kay.
Yeah, I scored at 88. This is delightful. I would have pushed it into gold had I not felt that the whites and the snow and the mountains at the background could have been lifted a little bit just to emphasise that moonlight, and even a little bit in the little river that's going through the bottom. But this has been cleverly seen. We've got this white clouds that are coming down like a waterfall, and it's referencing the mountains in the background where the water flows into the streams below. It's been beautifully handled. The blacks and there's detail, beautiful details and everything in there. I think this is just absolutely delightful.
Ooh, who should we go to next, Rebecca?
I'm sitting on 81. I think it's deserving of a silver. The things that probably keep me in those ranges is I just feel that the waterfall, which is stunning and soft, has just been burnt in a bit like the highlights have just been handled a bit heavily, so they're kind of appearing grey across there. It just seems like a little bit much work, and I would have just liked to see a little bit more light on those back mountains, just to lift that. I definitely see the delicate nature, especially in the beautiful detail in the bottom, great leading lines, soft, delicate, all that kind of thing, but just technically, which I normally am not like, but yeah, that's where I'm at.
Rachel.
I'm sitting at 84. I'm listening very closely. I'm happy to bring my score up. The whites in the fog, the mist rolling over the hill, creating that waterfall effect. It's a cloud. If we made it white, it would have no detail in it. The grey tones are giving us that depth and the detail that we look for in an image of that nature. We don't want the clouds to just be fluffy and white and blobby.
Thank you, Rachel. Janine.
Look, I scored this image 81 and I will be coming up to 85. I really felt like this was a glacier almost spilling out of a hanging valley, and this image is all about drama. And so the treatment of it is complements that atmosphere of drama.
Thank you, Janine. Back to you, Kay.
Yeah, thank you, judges, for those comments. The clouds, they're rolling clouds, there's texture, the tonal range in there, that you need that to actually create that drama that's happening. That cascade of cloud coming down is emulating the waterfalls. The layers within this image have been incredibly cleverly seen by the photographer. And as I said, I would have been putting it into gold, and you guys still could if you wanted to. If those tones in the snow and the mountains and the water had just been lifted a little bit. But this is definitely incredibly well seen and captured by the photographer. So I've put it in silver distinction. I'd like to see it at least silver distinction.
Cool, let's rescore it. It's sitting on 83. Looking for silver distinction. Will it get it? And it did at 86. Well done. Good work, judges. Good work from the photographer. Next print, please. Let's roll in those scores, judges, please. Scores 80. Even scoring from the judges, 80 silver. Well done. Let's take a comment, please, from, let's say, Rachel, perhaps. No? Rebecca's got a comment. Don't argue about it too much amongst yourselves.
I'm not Rebecca, but anyway.
Paul.
Yeah, lovely tones and through the image, and I was questioning the paper choice personally, but that might just be a lighting setup here. But still, I scored it in the range that it received.
Quickly.
Just a little bit of feedback. I think a different time of the day might have just given a little bit more contrast in those shadows and highlights, just a little bit, made it a bit more dynamic. But yeah, beautiful.
Sorry, I turned my mic on, it might help. Blank screen, please. Now, can we have Janine? Sorry? Yeah, Janine off and Roger on, sorry. So, yeah, just a swap there. So that's all cool. It's all cool. Great. Next print, please. Scores, please. Print score's 74. Are we happy there? Yep, we'll accept that score. Let's take a comment from Kay, please.
Delightful image and beautiful leading line, but the leading line takes you to a place where there's not really any interest within the image. And so the central figure, which is the statue, gets lost within the scene a little bit. So just be careful of composition.
Good comment, thank you. Next print, please. Time for some scores, please, judges. Score calls. Score is 78, bronze. There is a possibility of a challenge. Rebecca, when she's finished eating.
I'm chewing a lolly. I scored this 82. I think it's a beautiful graphic representation of man and man-made nature. You know, I know there's irrigators well, and I think it's just cleverly handled. I think the print's been beautifully managed. It tells a story of this beautiful stillness at the top, this sort of and then the chaos at the bottom. And then you've got the story all the way through of the birds just about to take off. I mean, obviously you can see that.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
I just think it's deserving of a silver.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I scored this in the bronze range, 76. I felt in reality there didn't need to be quite so many images to tell that story. I think even a diptych, 2 images would have been stronger. Because the bottom 3 are basically repetitions of the same thing. So they're not providing anything new to the image as such. And I just think the fact that you've got the 4 images there, it's just creates that busyness that is not needed within what is actually a lovely, delightful scene.
Thanks, Kay. Rachel?
I scored this 77. I totally agree with what Kay said with regards to the number of images. The other thing is with the story, Bex, it would be much stronger for me if I could see what had made the birds, like if the irrigator was going or something, what had made the birds fly like that. So the story starts to be there, but I'm not getting the entire picture. So if you can help me.
Rebecca?
We have birds in the tens of thousands on our place at home, and it takes nothing for them to just get spooked and just decide to fly off. So hopefully that answers your questions. They just kind of do what they do. I think the graphic nature, I think it's those 2 images in the middle. I looked at them again, and there's some birds still resting, they're not quite freaked out enough to fly, and then there's some mid-flight. So there is a connection between the top and the bottom, because the bottom ones are pretty much all in flight, and the middle two, you know, it's kind of like, oh, I'm thinking about flying, and then the next one's just a few more, and then the chaos of it. So added that all together with the beautiful print handling and the graphic quality of it, I think it's deserving for silver.
Thanks, Rebecca. Can we score the print, please? Sitting on 78. And you've given me a 79. Thanks, thanks for that. Okay, hold on. I've just got to scroll down here and hang on. Let's just review. Okay, so we're going to put in 79 or 80, please. So that remains at a strong bronze at 79. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, time for some scores, please, judges. Score of 81 with an elective challenge possible. Paul? You're going to try, okay.
I'll have a quick conversation about it. I just enjoyed the pearlescence of this image, the softness of the colour. I don't even really know what this is that it's interpreted as a landscape. It's abstract, and the quality of the printing, the paper that it's printed on is just beautiful. It suits the subject, and we've got this sort of like landform in the sky and the clouds, and it just feels, well, the circular mount as well sort of like just adds to the feeling of, well, to the quality of the image. It feels like I'm looking at a pearl, which is a landscape.
Yeah, I scored this.
Oh, sorry, I scored at 86. 86.
Thank you. I scored at 74. I felt for some of the comments that you've made, I felt that is why it's kept it in that 74 range for me. I feel the printing, the paper doesn't actually suit the image because it's losing detail because of the iridescent nature of the paper. There's lovely detail on the right-hand side up in the sky, but in the left-hand side it's just pulled out by the sparkle of the paper. And I also just, when photographers are mounting work, it just feels like it's actually rotated. It's actually off balance. So that I know they're little minor things, but I think the key thing for me was the loss of detail. When you go up there, it just washes out with the paper choice.
Thanks, Kay. Roger, quickly.
Just quickly, I love the abstract nature and the softness and the colour choices. I guess the areas I struggled with were, given that it is an abstract, is where important elements seem to connect with the border of the frame. Also trying to understand why it's a circle rather than a square. And finally, the horizon, for want of a better word, is sloping. So, yes, I scored it 82.
Thank you, Roger. Can we go to Rachel, please?
I'm at 82, and I'm listening to everybody quite carefully. The highlights, I don't particularly have a problem with what the paper's done with them because it's such a heavily textured paper. I find that depending on the angle that I'm looking at it from, there's there's loss of detail in the highlights from some angles, but the texture of the paper actually brings it through quite cleverly in others. So, and the shape as well. That sort of, I think that works together with the paper for that, like Paul said, feeling of looking at a pearl or some type of ocean gem.
Back to you, Paul. Sum it up, please.
Yeah, I think everything's been said that needs to be said. So let's just rescore.
It's gained another point. It's 82 silver now. Thank you, judges. Can we have the next print, please? Again, guys, we're slipping behind a little bit again. Keep your comments nice and succinct. Don't repeat anything that somebody else has said. Okay, scoring an 84. It's a nice strong silver. How there are some stronger feelings, and they're coming from Rebecca.
I actually scored this 90. I put this in the gold category. Such initial impact for me. It's a beautiful piece of art. It has, to me, it's a mountainscape, but it is obviously not a mountain. Guessing it's an aerial, but that doesn't even matter. And for me, there's this sort of layer of fog over the top of the mountain, and then you've got the sky that's got its beautiful detail coming through, the tonality, the warmth of the image. What else have I got in here? I just feel really strongly about this for so many reasons. I think it's been incredibly well handled, it's well crafted, it's well seen. This is someone that knows their craft and to an expert level, and I think they need to be rewarded in the gold range.
Thank you, Rebecca. Kay or Roger? Kay.
I scored this in the silver range, 81. The reason I did that was because when I look at the judge's assessment guide, what I'm seeing here is if you're wanting to score it in the gold, you're looking for exceptional vision and creativity, innovation, exceptional communication. To me, it doesn't quite make that, because this is a type of image that we've seen over and over and over again. It is beautiful. It is a beautiful image, but to me, it is not original. It is not innovative. And I've put it in where it's saying high level of imagination. It's, as I said, this sort of thing has been seen and presented to us so many times that's where I'm putting it in the silver range for the technical skills that have been used to create it, and high level of craft and skill.
Just really quickly, what I think the fish hook is with this image is it's an aerial image that actually looks like it's a landscape, and so that's the cleverness which possibly takes it into silver distinction.
Thanks, Roger. Back to you, Rebecca, to sum it up, please.
I'm coming up to silver D.
Just to address what you said, Kay, about that you've seen it a lot. I think I don't know that matters. I think when you're looking at an image like this, you sort of look at it for what, with fresh eyes, and for me it is a fresh take. It reminds me of a sandscape. So, in a vase you have layers, and you can buy them in various places, and you have different layers of sand, and they create this kind of landscape, or they might create a picture or something like that. And it reminds me of
of that, like, again, probably going back to kids, you know, like making layers of things with different textures and materials, and or whether it's sand in a thing, and you know, the detail throughout the image is absolutely spectacular. It may have been seen before, but I think this is fresh for me and it's beautiful. So I'm in gold.
Thank you. Your score, please, judges. Sitting on 84. And it's gone to a strong silver distinction at 87. Well done. Well done. And can we have a blank screen, please? Roger, can you step down? And Chris, can you come back, please? And also, Rebecca, can you step down? And can we have Jackie back, please? Oh, accept. Sorry. Next print, please. Missing him. Score of 72. That's a professional standard, and we'd love to take a comment. Chris, can you make a comment on that, please?
Yeah, it's a very vibrant, punchy image. I think to improve it for me, the vignetting in the corner is a bit heavy and perhaps slightly oversaturated in areas. So I'd just be looking to rework those aspects.
Thanks, Chris. Next print, please. Again, judges, we are slipping behind a wee bit, so if we just pick up the pace just a little bit and maybe get the scores in a little bit quicker, and then it leaves more room for debate. Score 72, high professional standard. We're happy there. Okay, we'll accept that, and we'll take a comment from Jackie, please.
Yeah, I think it would have been improved if it would crop to the right and make it all high key and more emotive of just the one subject.
Thank you. Next print, please. Let's get those scores in, please, judges. Print score 74. We happy there, judges? Yes, we are. Take a comment, please, from Kay.
I think just it's a nice balanced image. Just take a little bit of care, maybe just crop a little bit tighter cropping, and just watch the overblown highlights in the background.
Thanks, Kay. Come in, next print, please. Can we have scores, please, judges? Print scores 74, high professional standard. We happy there? Yep. No, we have got a possibility of a challenge from Rachel. She'd like to take it. So
I scored this as solid bronze, and what put me into the award range was it's kind of quirky and could be a little bit off pace, but it looks like it's marijuana growing on the plant, and it's sort of like on the rocks and stoned, and I thought that was quite humorous. I wasn't willing to put it any higher than that, but if that is the case, and it may not be because it's a long time since I've seen a plant like that, but I just thought that was enough to tickle me into the award range.
Paul, would you like to make a comment?
I was right on the average, and things that were pulling me down a little bit were just there's a bit of sharpness, and also just I felt it needed to be printed a bit darker. I just felt it was a little bit on the light side. So yeah.
Great, thanks, Paul. Looks like it's back to you, Rachel.
Yeah, totally appreciate that. Thanks, Paul. For me, it was the story and the potential for humour in it that put it into the bronze scoring range. So I'd love you guys to just sort of consider that one. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Just rescore that print, please. Sitting on 74. And it remains on 74. That's a professional standard. Thank you so much. Let's have the next print, please. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, that's good. No, we did discuss that. Sorry, as you were. Oh, yes. Wake up some of these people. To wake up the audience. Print score is 76. There is a possibility of a challenge there, but we are again. You are okay. Cool. Rachel would like to challenge that.
I was just in silver on 81. It was the emotional impact for me. I found the mood and the way that you're almost looking through a monocular, or so I guess you're looking through a camera, aren't you? One lens, zooming into it. I just found that it framed really beautifully. I would possibly have gone higher if the blacks in the corners weren't quite so heavy in the bottom left. But I found it really lovely light that's hitting the waterfall, the clouds, the circular frame in the middle, and the green tones right in the centre.
Oh, that's good. Thank you, Rachel. Let's hear from Chris, please.
Yeah, I scored this 77. I guess the things that were holding me back from a silver were some of the things you mentioned, but actually from an opposite perspective. So I found the greens a bit too bright in the middle and a bit of a distraction, and the highlight in the top left-hand corner again just kept drawing me out of frame. But yeah, prepared to keep listening and see what others have to say.
Thanks, Chris. Jackie, you're going to say something, are you?
I concur with that, Chris. There's a battle going on between those greens and almost a kind of purpley hue in some of those mid-tone highlights. And Rachel, I think you mentioned some of the things that you liked or didn't like, and I think that's what pulled me out of being in that silver range, which is that overly dark vignette as well.
Thanks, Jackie. Back to you, Rachel.
It's always worth a crack, and it's always worth a discussion. Chris, the highlights in the top left, the little waterfalls that lets us see brings me back into, because they're sort of higher and further away, brings me back into the main waterfall, so it doesn't really pull me out. But yeah, I am struggling a little bit with the purple tones that Jackie mentioned, but still definitely worth the conversation, and if you do come up to Silver and join me, that would be nice.
Lovely. Let's see where it goes. 76 at the moment. And it stays on 76. That's a bronze award. Not to be sniffed at. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. Print scores an average of 70, and that's pretty even scoring. So we'll take a comment from Jackie, please.
I think it would have been improved just by coming in closer to where some of the vegetation is just popping out of the water. Just there's a bit too much going on.
Thank you, Jackie. Next print, please. Just for anybody that's joined us at home, we're judging the landscape category, sponsored by Sonny. Print score was initially 76, but Jackie would like to say a few words to it.
I scored at 83. I'd like you to consider this very ordinary poll. But what brought me up there was some of the birds are overlapping, and there's a certain pattern that created some kind of rhythm and energy to the power line that's in there. The composition of just that one pole sort of pointing down to the left-hand corner somehow just balanced it all. It seemed to be a really fine way of seeing a very ordinary thing, and that could be passed by, but that just the diminishing of the birds, this is all an in-camera capture that I think the photographer has realised in their own way. This is their bit of magic, and they've found it, and they're asking us to interpret this and celebrate it, and I have at 83.
Thank you, Jackie. Paul, would you like to have a few words, please?
I'm on, what am I on, 71. Yeah, so I'm at the lower end. I actually possibly felt I was a little bit stingy at 71. But I was, things that held me back a little bit were the print quality or the detail. It doesn't seem to be any, it doesn't seem to be a lot, there's a lot of detail, or not a lot of black, actually, is what I'm trying to say, in the power pole. And I was also just a little bit the crop close to the birds on the right hand side. They're right against the frame, and yeah, so that sort of held me back a bit.
Thanks, Paul. Rachel?
I'm sitting right on the average. I'm at 77. What I enjoy about this image are the way that the triangles and the lines converging at the pole and coming back down are mirrored by the birds and the movement that they're making, and then also the shape of their wings, and that was where I was getting pleasure.
Thank you, Rachel. Back to you, Jackie.
Yeah, Paul, it's those two birds on the edge of frame that pull your eye. I think that's that little takeaway package that we get. They're escaping out of this turmoil, and it's deliberately high key. It's ethereal. That's the emotive quality to bring out all the detail in the shadows and blow out the highlights and be free. Those birds are on their way.
Lovely job. Thanks, judges. waiting for those final scores. And yes, I thought you would. You give me a 79, haven't you? Okay, so it really is going to make your mind up time. So let's just pop in a 79 or an 80, please, judges. And it is a strong bonds at 79, but good debate, very worthwhile. Can we have a blank screen, please? Rachel, can you pop off, please? Thank you for your lovely judging. And Janine, she. Everybody else okay? All holding up? Anybody need a lolly? Want a lolly? Oh, you all want lollies? Huh? Can you? Thanks. Be cool. I was going to practice my aiming, but you know. Okay, judges, let's get back into it. And the next print, please. Well, that's 8 away, yeah. Yep, okay. Who have we got? Can we... Roger? Roger, can you step in for Mike, for Jackie, please? Can we flick over the print? Have some scores now, please, judges. Quite decisive. We have a silver at 80. That's a silver. And let's take a comment from Janine, please.
Look, a really very well exposed image in a challenging situation. I can see what the photographers tried to do with fitting the subjects into the arched frameway, and so it's just sort of a bit off centre, which I imagine is intentional, but I'm a bit unsure about it.
Thanks, Janine. Can we have the next print, please? Who hasn't put their score in? Okay, we've got a score of 74. Are we happy with that? Cool. We'll accept that score. That's a professional standard, and would like to take a comment. Kay, would you like to take that? Would you mind?
I think this is an image which is not quite abstract, but because there's actually a realistic elements within it, but they're actually very hard to define. So maybe some more clarity or something more of interest within the image would actually help lift its score. Lovely colour palette. So yeah, just keep working on the style.
Thank you, Kay. Next print, please. we've got a score of 76 bronze. We've got a couple of people that Kay would actually like to have a chat about this.
I've put this in the silver range. I think this is a really delightful image that there's a strength and solidness of this tree surviving in the what could be quite rugged conditions. Something that's just held me in that silver range is the trees in the background, especially the ones on the edge of the print, on the either left and right, could be just ever so slightly, a little bit less obvious in terms of just lightening them a little bit, just to keep your eye drawn into the middle of the frame. But beautiful detail, beautiful tonal range within the tree. So I'm seeing, and it's well composed. So I'm seeing this as a solid silver.
Thank you, Kay. Janine, would you like to make a comment, please?
Thanks, Kay. I guess I scored this 69. I didn't really resonate with the tree as a subject and being a strong enough subject. I also did wonder about the sort of light qualities in the tree, where it seemed to me to be quite flat. I think to improve, maybe sort of getting a bit more isolation between the subject and the background. I don't know, different angle. But I'm listening.
Anyone else? We're back to Kay. Sum it up, please.
I mean, to me, this is a real scene. This is the photographer has seen. The separation between the tree and the background, it is there because of the lightness and the angle that the photographer's actually chosen to capture it from. I'm not placing it in a high silver or a silver distinction, but I feel that it has been well seen, it's been well handled, and nice solid structure that we're actually looking at, which has been beautiful, got lots of lovely detail in it.
Okay, judges, hit the keys. It's a strong bronze at 77. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? You'll all be delighted to know that we actually got back on time, so we keep this pace up and we're going to finish on time. Just make sure you eat it. Print score is 75 bronze. We happy with that? So I would say yes, we are happy with that. We'll accept it. 75 bronze. Can we have a comment, please? Chris, you're looking at me. Have you got something?
That wasn't intentional. I really like the crop on this. Strangely, it was a brave choice, and I think it works. However, I think to lift this into a silver award category, I'd need to see a bit more contrast in the image, and it's falling away on the right hand side.
Good comment. Thanks, Chris. Next print, please. Good even scoring there. That's an 80 silver. Majority is 3, so good one. Take a comment from Jackie. Would you mind doing the honours?
No, not at all. I scored at 83. Beautiful abstract of ice where we see mountains and mountain layers behind. Well done, lovely, well constructed. Perhaps to take it a bit further on, it would maybe just pull back a little bit on the contrast and make it a little bit more ethereal. I reckon it will go further.
Thank you, Jackie. Next print, please. Print score is 72, high professional standard. We're all happy with that, where it stands. We'll accept that and have a comment, please, from Kay. Thank you, Kay.
I actually really enjoyed the narrative in the image where you've got this mushroom that really stands out within the landscape, and it's almost got its own little ecosystem sitting on top of it, which is really quite lovely. I feel that there's probably, if you're wanting to accentuate that even further, maybe cropping it a little bit might help, because I think there's just too much around it to work with.
Lovely, thanks, Kay. Next print, please. And we have a silver 82. Thank you, judges. Nice even scoring there. 4 of you agreeing completely there. Let's take a comment, please. Jackie, would you mind?
Yeah, scored it in that range. Beautiful creaminess and wonderful luminosity to those light tones. Gee, to take it further, perhaps, any idea, but maybe a little bit more detail in the still very subtle highlights in the sky, but it's beautifully seen.
Thanks, Jackie. And with that comment, would you like to vacate your seat? Thank you for your lovely judging. And Roger, perhaps you can pop back in, please. And we'll have the next print, please. Gosh, you guys are onto it. The majority of 385. Nice silver distinction there straight off. It's good going, good going. Good decisive scoring there. We'll take a comment, of course. Yeah, Roger, please.
Sculptural, sensuous, subtle. Those are the three things that hit me with this image. Thoroughly deserving of a silver distinction.
Thank you, Roger. Next print, please. So each time a comment's made, just a little slither of a suggestion of what could bring it into another category or increase the score or whatever. It's really useful information for the photographer. Has a score of 80 silver, and I think we'll be happy with that. Certainly the photographer will be. Can we take a comment, please? Possibly, Janine, thank you.
Beautifully captured image with the leading lines into the point of the land, and I really enjoyed the kind of silvery qualities to it. I think to improve, maybe just adding a little more finesse on those ripples so they weren't quite so obvious would have been good.
Thank you, Janine. Next print, please. Someone out back got a blower, a little blower brush or something there, please? Just have you got a blower brush or something to just brush the dust off the print? A glove, even a glove, maybe you can take it out and... Print scores an even 80, silver award. Well done. Nice even scoring again. You guys are getting spooky. Okay, can we take a comment, Roger? Please.
The story here captured me, supported with the beautiful colours, but really just look, you've got the lighthouse that's potentially fragile and man-made, looking out at the island that is itself everlasting, kind of, and solid, but yet he's depicted as fragiles. So you've got these sort of opposites and juxtapositions, and just the sublime lighting and the warmth in it and the detail. It's quite beautiful, really.
Thank you, Roger. Next print, please. Print score 77, bronze. Good strong bronze there. Well done. Can we take a comment from somebody? Chris, maybe.
Yeah, I guess the silvery nature of it was really quite captivating, and obviously the strong change in geometry is what grabbed everyone's attention. I think to bring this up even further, I would really be focusing on that element and trying to punch right into that zone, and perhaps a tighter crop on the image.
Thanks, Chris. Next print, please. Scores, please, judges. Print scores 74, high professional standard. Take a comment, please, Paul.
Yeah, I just found a little bit of softness on the left-hand side there that I couldn't resolve, and the print possibly a little bit on the flat side, even though there is contrast there. I think it could do with a bit more, maybe.
Thank you, Paul. That's good. Can we have a blank screen, please? So, Chris, can you take a break for a little while? And can we have Mike back, please? Sorry, next print, please. Kay waiting out there expectantly. And we've given this print a score of 75 bronze, and judges are pretty happy with that score, so we'll take a comment Janine, would you have a comment to make for me, please?
Look, beautiful sort of creamy silvery tones in this image. It could have been somewhat strengthened by perhaps getting closer to that decisive moment where the figures weren't sort of going into the horizon line, where there was some separation there, because it is about that journey, and giving them somewhere to go would have been good.
Thank you, Belinda. That's cool. Can I have a blank screen for a moment, please? Now I'm just going to vacate the chair for a moment and introduce Belinda. So you're going to have Belinda and Belinda. Okay. Sorry? Oh, sorry, and Christina.
Okay, so hello. I am Belinda Richards, all the way from Australia, and I'm going to fill in now for Terry for a little bit. So, are all the judges ready to go? Yep. Can we have the next print, please? Which one is it? There we go. That's all right. And we have a bronze award at 76. We're all relatively close there, but there is an opportunity for challenge, if you'd like to take it. Yep. Yep, so Janine's going to challenge that for us.
Yeah, look, there is a beautiful softness, serenity, simplicity and balance to this image with the placement of the two swans. I gave this 82. I will remember to tell me my score one day. I rewarded it for the restraint that was shown. Look, that background could have had more clarity, but I enjoyed it without that. So I'd encourage you to reconsider that soft and simple approach.
Okay, Mike, what have you got to add?
Yeah, I gave this up 76. I don't disagree with you that it's all those things, but I think there's two images here, and each one is stronger than the two elements together. I feel as if they haven't really decided what the photograph's about and put it all in, whereas either the left-hand side or the right-hand side are even stronger images to my mind.
Roger, did you have something to add?
I was just cropping it, but as soon as look, I for all the reasons that Janine outlined are the reasons I gave it a bronze. I think to elevate it into the silver, it needs something a bit extra really, and it needs to be handled technically perfectly. I keep finding my eye wandering out to that left-hand corner that seems very bright. So yes, I'm on a bronze.
Okay, Janine, writer of reply, please.
I guess to address that sort of two images within one, I mean, I know we all agree on the softness and the simplicity, but it is like a diptych within the same frame. So you could read it like that, and I challenge you to have a think about that.
Okay, thank you, judges. Re-enter your score in just a moment. There we go. Okay, and we have a new score of 78, bronze award. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. We're all relatively close there. Can I have a comment from Paul, please?
Oh yeah, lovely scene. The things that drew me back a little bit from going higher would there's a processing issues on a few images, seemingly over-processed, and sharpening issues as well. And personally, I'd play with the order of the images. But yeah, lovely. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Paul. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, and we have a majority score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations.
In the foreground that would let things down, but keep going with this type of work.
Thank you very much. Next print, please. Scores, please, judges. And we have a score of 82, a silver award. Is everybody happy with that?
I'll have a nudge.
Yep, okay. Challenge is going to be taken by Paul.
I'm on 86, and it's only another little bit up. But I just really enjoyed a few things going on with just the luminance that you're getting out of those whites, and the fact that the photographs have been taken in the snowy conditions brings a whole lot more detail to the rocks and whatnot that wouldn't have been there in any other situation. The little bit of movement in the waterfall just gives a lot more sharpness to, makes those trees and whatnot in the foreground just pop, and just gives them something to contrast against. Possibly I'm challenged a little bit by sort of like up on the top right hand side, it's sort of losing a little bit that way as far as sort of interest. But yeah, not enough to sort of like bring me down. I'm really enjoying that print quality, the luminance of the whites within the image.
Excellent. Janine, can I hear from you, please? You're at the other end.
Look, I scored this 76, and thank you for pointing out the snow, Paul, because I just thought that was a processing thing. So, but the snow has made that foreground and around the waterfall really quite busy
and I was a bit distracted by that, but I will be coming up a touch.
Kay, can we hear from you, please?
There's a beautiful ethereal peacefulness of this image, which I just absolutely love. Paul, that little area on the top right, this is what is actually, I'm seeing an orangutan there. If you actually look at that lightness, it's actually like having a face. And to me, it's about nature. It's about so much of what we're doing to our land as humans is quite horrific in a lot of respects. But what I'm seeing here is this animal almost, or animal, just being within that nature, just being there and enjoying it and not feeling a little bit somber possibly. The detail that's there created by the snow is delightful, and the whole tonal palette, the way that the waterfall comes down, it actually curves down at the bottom like a little hook. It's just been beautifully seen. I've scored at 84, and I will probably come up to silver distinction.
Thanks, Kate. Roger, you've got something to add?
Yeah, I think the missing element in the discussion so far is the story. And linked to that, the composition. The story is about this tree, this tree that's managing to live where it's living, next to this huge, powerful waterfall. And it's the only thing that's not covered in snow, and the reason for that is it's got water on it the whole time. And yet there it is, just standing out, beautifully separated, eking out an existence in this most harsh of environments. And that environment has been carved by water, and it's shown in a beautiful J form. And I stood there and thought, should they move the camera a bit to the left? But then, no, they shouldn't. And why shouldn't they? If it's because that creates that tension that takes your eye back to that tree. So I'm coming up. It's got much more to it the more you look into it, this image. It's a very well seen place, really. You could easily have walked past it and not seen it, but the photographer hasn't done, and they should be rewarded.
Thanks, Roger. Paul?
All right, I've underscored it 86, so you guys keep on. Make it a goodie. All right, go.
All right, rescore, please, judges. And we have a silver distinction at 86. Thanks for taking that challenge, Paul. I'm sure the photographer's very happy. And next print, please. And we have a score of 79, but I believe that we might have a challenge from Roger.
I thought this might happen. Look, I scored 86, and the reason I did this was because I thought this was well seen, well crafted, and all about the decisive moment, really. The figures are in the frame, and they've all been staged, and they've all been put in. They're all in the perfect place. To start with, my eye went to the figure by the door, and then the cycle, and they're balanced at the bottom corner by the couple sitting, and then you finally stand back and look down at. I'm not sure what the hell that sort of I guess it's a blow-up sort of Martian, almost looking down on all this. It's a commentary on society, and it's been well seen and well crafted. Is it sort of consumerism rules over everything? So look, I invite you, and it's been beautifully printed and all the rest of it. So look, I invite you all to have another look at it.
Mike, you had something to say?
Yeah, I gave it 75. Sorry, gave it 75. Thanks. I totally agree with you with the bottom part of the image. I think that's one of the great pieces that I've seen. But I just don't really understand why they've bothered to leave the top sky, which is distracting, and blow-up element, which is equally or even more distracting, when the essence of the image is in the bottom two-thirds. So bottom two-thirds for me is silver with distinction, but the top third is a minus.
Has anyone got anything they would like to add? Janine, thanks.
Look, really, really interesting discussion for the benefit of the photographer. My question, I guess, and Roger has partially addressed this, is I was, what has the photographer added to this composition other than beautifully documenting it and printing it? It feels like we're looking at somebody else's art. We've got the blow-up thing on top of the roof and the beautiful building. They're things that are created by someone else. So what has the photographer really added to this story?
Thanks, Janine. Roger, right of reply.
The photographer's added two things, really. Humour and maybe a social comment. These blow-up things come from business, from commercialism. It blooming gets into every part of our life, and so it needs to be included as a commentary of society today.
Okay, all right. Just a moment, judges, and I'll get you to re-enter your scores. Okay, Roger, you enter the same. And we now have a silver award at 81. Thank you, judges. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 73. Everybody's within a few points of one another. Can I have a comment, please, from Roger?
It's a well-composed image with all the elements leading to what I presume is the main subject, the sculpture. To take it to the next level, there seems to be some loss of sharpness in those pillars on the right-hand side, and I probably needed more of a story.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? we have an initial score of 77. Are we all happy with that? Bronze award. Can I have a comment from Kay, please? You were right on the 77.
To be honest, I'm not sure I've got a lot to say. It's the Milky Way has been well captured. I think the foreground is possibly a little bit muddy, that could be lifted, but it's a nice solid image overall. And I think again, just watch matte colour, because it does tend to draw the life out of a print.
Thanks, Kay. Can I just, before we get the next print, can I just ask, is everybody still okay, or did anyone need a break? We're all good? Excellent. Have the next print, please. That's all right. And we have an initial score of 77, and we have an automatic challenge. Roger, you're 10 points away from the score.
I scored this in 87. I was drawn to the simplicity and the originality of it, really, and what is such an everyday scene to just have these floating elements with a little element of humour, really, in the ducks themselves. I'm enjoying the yellow against the white, but just yes, it's delicate and it's unusual, and the use of negative space.
Thanks for that. Kay, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I scored the 68, and the reason I did was because the elements that you obviously find appealing, which is that floating nature, I feel they need grounding of some sort, because that's not how nature is. You know, it needs some sort of element to actually connect them all together, which is that grounding or the water. And I also feel that they're a little bit, the composition is just a little bit off balance, with them all being weighted towards the right a little bit, particularly when you don't have that grounding to connect them all.
Thank you, Kay. Can we hear something from you, Paul? You were right on the 77 mark.
Yeah, I was bang on it, and yeah, I was getting a bit of tension from that, from those ducks being a little bit over to the right, where you'd think they'd be over to the left a little bit, and I was also thinking the crop as well. So, and that's what held me into a 77 or a bronze.
Okay, thank you. Janine, you've got something to add?
Look, I'd like to speak in support of the print. I found that the lack of horizon and reference points made it highly original and gave it this sort of almost illustrative, cartoon-like quality, which then led me into a further story. We've got this black-back gull who normally hang out at the tip, lording it over the beautiful mallard ducks, and I thought that was kind of a nice wee hook of the story.
Awesome.
I scored it, sorry. I'll get better over the days. 82.
Thanks, Janine. Roger, let's see if we can get this over the line.
I don't need to say an awful lot more. Look, it's water, so there is no ground in water. I don't think it needs grounding. I think the mallards ground it sufficiently. Um, I think it's balanced in terms of you've got the small elements are darker and the bigger elements are coloured and lighter. It has that story. It has for me, it has a sense of humour as well, which I think you're picking up as a sort of a child illustration. And I'm rewarding it for originality. So I ask you all just to have another look at it and come up, please.
Excellent. Thank you. Re-enter your scores, please, judges. And we have a silver at 80. Thanks for that, Roger. Can we have the next print, please? And we have an initial score of 78. Are we all happy with that? Yep, okay. Bronze award. Can I hear from Mike?
Just one small thing would have improved it quite a lot in my mind, and that's the having the peak coming out of the roof. Just watch for mergers of background things with foregrounds. They can be distracting.
Okay, thanks for that, Mike. Can I have the next print, please? I'm now going to hand you all back over to Terry, who's going to finish out the category with you guys. Have fun.
Print scores 78. Good bronze there. There is a possibility of a challenge there. Let's see. Yeah, Mike, would you like to take that on?
Yeah, I gave this 83. I think this is a classic example of landscape photography with F64. Tones are gorgeous. The contrast is perfect. It's soft and peaceful, and it really feels like it hasn't been pushed, hasn't been massaged too much. It feels really quite pure.
Thanks, Mike. Let's hear from perhaps Janine, the other end of the scale there.
I scored this image 73. I'm hearing you about that pure approach, though, Mike. But I guess, in a way, this is just such an interesting place. But I didn't find this particular image held my interest. It lacked impact. Yeah.
I also scored this 83 for the things that Mike actually said. You're talking about that the place doesn't hold an interest, but it's the composition of it's actually been very well handled in terms of the balance and the angles that are happening within the image, and the dynamic nature of that cloud that's coming through. That's what's adding the drama and everything to it, as well as the sky. It's got darkness, tones, structure, which is actually creating that. It's beautifully printed. Just the tonal range within the image has just been incredibly, as Mike said, F64. You know, the zone range. What do you call it?
Thanks, Kay. Roger?
Just quickly, I take issue with the composition and the sort of the artistic interpretation, if you like. My eye instantly goes to the left-hand side because it's the brightest, whereas really I want it to go to the peak at the end, which is the smallest and sort of a grey. I also feel that the foreground is being a bit underutilised. It'd be nice to have something leading you into that foreground. It's a beautiful place. It's certainly got tonal range on the bright side of the spectrum, but I don't see any blacks in there, so it hasn't got the full tonal range. So, I mean, I think it sits in a bronze, but to take it up to a silver, I'm not sure whether I'll go that far.
Thanks, Roger. Back to you, Mike, I think.
Yeah, I think we're used to seeing high contrast. We're used to seeing things shoved in our faces and told to look at this. Some things are subtle, and I think this is more on that side. And as such, do we need a white? Do we need a black? Do we really need these things to make things speak to us? Your point of nothing from the left-hand side not leading your eye in, there is a road on the left-hand side that's taking your eye from the left into the right. The shadows have got enough detail on the right to keep your interest. If things were starting to block up or burn out, which increased drama would do, I think the print would fall apart. I think this is subtle, and as judges, instead of being bulldozed into thinking about contrast and drama, soft palettes sometimes need to be. I'm just giving you more time so you can subtly absorb this. That's it.
Thanks, Mike. Let's rescore it. Thank you. That's a silver at 80. Well done, photographer. Give me a blank screen, please. Oh my God, what are we doing? Sorry, these are all out. Oh, these are out. Right, okay, we've got a little bit of a judge swap out here. Can we have Paul, Kay and Janine? Oh, no, have you guys had lunch? Right, go and have some lunch now, please. And Paul and, Janine, Kay. And Kay, sorry. So if you haven't had lunch, go and get lunch. And we'll bring in Chris, Jackie and Rachel, please. What's that like? Yep. Okay, all logged on. Next print, please. Print scores 78. Good strong bronze there. Possibility of a challenge from one of two people, probably Roger. Do you want to take that on?
I enjoyed the simple composition here. It's almost like a sheet of music. You've got lines going across. Everything's balanced but not symmetrical, and going from the dark to the blues at the bottom. There's a sort of brooding nature to it, and the fish hook of those breaking waves at the top, which are just in the right spot. I thought as a piece of design art, it merited a 85.
Thanks, Roger. One of you two guys down the end there, maybe Chris? Yeah, please.
Yeah, I guess I gave this 74. And I suppose to bring it into an award level, I was really looking for something a bit more novel and innovative. I guess I get the clear horizontal lines and the spidering in the water and so on, and there's some great textures in there. However, the other thing that's holding me back is that the top left-hand corner is suffering from glare off the water, and that could have been fixed in capture by shooting it 180 degrees around the other way, and avoiding that. And I think that would have strengthened the image for me. So, yeah, I'm not far off bronze, and can come up, but keen to hear what others think.
Mm. Yeah, Jackie, you were up there as well.
So yeah, I'm in support of the print in '83, and I think it is that choice of that beautiful moment when those waves had that separation that leads you to the next layer that's different, and it has a different texture, and those highlights of the breaking waves. It's a deliberate look at those breaking waves, because that's where the contrast is. It's gentle, we're just after a silver here, and it's a silver's should be a good score for it.
Thanks, Jackie. I think it's back to you, Roger, for summing it up.
I think I basically agree with the comments that I've made. If we can bring it up into the silver range, that's where I feel it sits, purely for its graphic nature, plus all the other things that people have mentioned.
Thanks. Let's rescore that, judges, please. And that's done. It's brought it up into the silver range at 81. Accept that next print, please. Score of 72, high professional standard. Happy sitting there? Go on, we'll accept that and take a comment from Mike, please.
Yeah, shoot it earlier. Your blacks are bleeding into blacks, and you need more separation. Just shoot earlier.
Thanks, Mike. Next print, please. Okay, sitting on 74, a bit of a diverse range of opinions there. Mike?
I gave this 81. I actually found it really interesting. I'm not sure what the shadow is, or if it's a shadow, if it's clouds, or whatever, but I find it quite eye-arresting and very interesting. So the fact that it's asked questions and not given me answers is made me think about it. And I'm sort of thinking about it as I'm talking, so I'll stop now.
Well, maybe, we could hear from, let's see, Chris?
Yeah, I guess, so I was on the other end of the spectrum. I gave this 68. I probably have been a bit harsh there, so I am listening, but I'd be looking for a bit more than just the form in the shadow to bring me up into an award range, I think. But yeah, happy to. I'll keep listening.
Anybody else? Yep, Rachel?
Not that far off Mike. I'm at 78, so high bronze. I'm loving the shadow and it's almost like a totem, or you see the funny birds or a scarecrow or something like that. I find that really neat. And from back here, that's what I'm really enjoying. But when I get close to it, there's beautiful details in the water. And the movement of the water almost snakes in and around those shadows and leads me right through the entire frame and out the top. I would have gone quite a bit higher if it didn't have that so much of the darkness on the top left. But I'm listening and likely to come up with Mike.
And looks like it's back to you, Mike.
I'll keep it short because I think it's only worth a bronze at the highest. But I do think it's worth a bronze because it's asking me questions that I haven't got answers to. And that's my resolve.
Thank you, guys. And they did bring her up into the bronze range at 76. Good little debate. I'm sure the photographer would be very pleased with that. Can we have a blank screen, please? And we'll have the next print, please. Accept. It's done. Print score is 71. Are we happy there? We're happy, chubbies? Okay, we'll accept that and we'll take a comment from Mike.
It doesn't need the sky. If there's a sky in an image and it becomes the brightest part of the image, that's what the eye looks at. So just crop it down.
Thank you, Mike. Accept that. And next print, please. You've all given this a professional standard at 72. Thank you so much. Take a comment from Rachel, possibly.
There was just a bit too much going on with the tree in the foreground for me to get enough of a story from the entire image, and I think maybe if it was wider out and all of the branches of the tree were lifting us up, you know, we could all be uplifted with the church, but because those are cut off, it sort of added a whole lot of tension and it didn't lead me into a story.
Thanks, Rachel. Next print, please. Okay, Prince scores got bronze at 79. We'll need to talk about that. So I think Rachel is the person to do that.
I'm sitting here looking at it thinking, is someone trying to replicate a man-made version of the Giant's Causeway? Where is this? What is it? I don't know. It's got lovely detail throughout. It's not even. You know, you've got that sort of unusual spray-painted whatever it is on one of the top of the plinths or whatever these things are. It's almost like it's part of a alien landscape, and I found that really intriguing, and I thought that it was technically well handled and captured. And I gave it 84.
Thank you, Rachel. Someone down the other end of the scale, Rebecca, would you like to comment, please?
Yeah, I scored this a 77. I think it was just that sort of quite heavy vignetting and the sky in the back. So you've got this sort of incredible sort of contrast in these blacks and whites, and you know that front part of the image and that sort of foreground just is absolutely brilliant. And the A, and you know, what is that? But the sky has been heavily handled, and it's just it's almost like an opposite. If it was really contrasty and white and black and all that kind of thing, it would kind of, you know, it would sort of help add to what you're seeing in the foreground. But it sort of looks quite grey and muddy, and it's almost like, yeah. So I definitely think award range for sure, because it's got a fantastic graphic element to it, and the blacks and whites have been handled. But yeah, that sky just sort of seems to draw me out, and yeah.
Thank you, Rebecca. Jackie?
I initially scored at 78, and I'm coming up into the silver range. Because of that, the disquiet, that feeling that it's given you, I think that's appropriate. Because it's an unreal sort of landscape. There's almost a skull-like shape in the foreground with a texture of cement or something. So because of that emotional impact it's given you, I'm there in silver.
Thank you. Back to you, I think, Rachel, please. Sum it up.
The heavy vignetting isn't concerning me too much. There's still detail in the blacks. The line of light leads me throughout the tops of these. I'm assuming they're concrete. They could be something else. I'm not getting muddiness from them. It's the composition of the material that they're made of. And I feel like that light leads me through all of those top surfaces and into the lighter patch of the sky, and that's probably why that's been vignetted, so that it keeps you within that part of the frame instead of whizzing you all the way out. So yeah, I'm thinking silver.
Thanks, Rachel. Let's give it a go, see where it goes. It's sitting on 79, so we need to change that anyway. And it's gone up to 81 silver. Good strong silver. Well done. Can we have a blank screen, please? That was the last print entry. So we're just going to have a little bit of a changeover to the digital screen.
Sorry, I was in Fairyland. Oh, it's always good there. I'll save your seat.
Take me for a walk there one day.
You should see the little outfits they wear.
As long as they were nice.
Oh, some of them even had tails. Like the microphone.
So for those at home, we are still judging the landscape category. We're just changing over from prints to the digital entries. And we'd like to thank our main sponsor, Sony. Okay, guys, we're ready to rock and roll again. So, everybody keeping their fluids up and happy and, yep. Anybody need a lolly? No, we're all good. Okay. I think we'll have our next print, please. I stand corrected. We're calling it a photograph, not a print. A digital photograph. It's a good start. We've got a silver at 81, and we have an elective challenge from Rachel.
Great start, Rachel. This is like an urban sunrise. The sun is rising up through the image. It's rising through the stairs. It's really cleverly composed. The spirals are working so well. The rays, the stairs are the rays of the sun. I find it really unique, really fascinating, and I have scored it 86 silver distinction.
Sorry, that was Rachel. Sorry, where were we? Moment lacking concentration. Rachel, can we hear from Jackie?
I scored at 76. My reason was that the left-hand top corner, where there's the highest contrast, just pulling my eye right out of that frame, where there may have been a technique just to come in closer and resolve that. I love your idea of that sunrise, and can feel that and embrace that. So yeah, I'll maybe have a listen to somebody else too.
Mike, did you want to comment? You were up there as well.
I was really taken with the sunrise concept. I thought that was very inventive, and I enjoyed it. But equally, I'm distracted by the top left-hand corner, as Jackie's pointed out. So I've got a bit of visual conflict happening, as well as mental conflict, in that the story is great, but the structure is a bit distracting top left. So I'm quite happy with a silver, but probably a low silver.
Right, it's back to you, Rachel, I think.
Not quite sure how to address that. I mean, this is, at the end of the day, an urban landscape. There's not a lot that can be done to mitigate that. I think if it was cropped differently, you'd lose that feeling of the rays reaching out. Yeah, I still really enjoying it, and yeah, we'll see how you go on the rescore.
Okay, guys. It's crept up 1 point to 82. Good silver. Well done. Next print, please. Image scores an initial 80 with potential challenge from 2 people. Let's say go with Chris, shall we? What was your score, Chris?
Yeah, I gave this a score of 86, and I guess for me it's because I instantly saw a mummy like on the horizon, and like a decomposing, mummified body just lying reposed across the horizon there, and to the forehead coming out the left-hand side, the nose, and then down onto the chest, and abdomen and legs. So the arms down the side. For me, it was just an exciting take on some mountains, and for that reason alone, I thought it was creative enough to be worthy of a silver distinction.
Thank you, Chris. Rebecca would probably be the other end of the spectrum.
So I scored this in the professional standard range at 73. The reason I did that, one, I didn't see the mummy, so that's obviously a big one, but I guess I wondered what the photographer had sort of brought to the image in regards to, it was compositionally, for me, it's a beautiful mountainscape, but I found the left and the right dark areas really heavy, and the big sort of black blob on the left. There was a lot of sky. For me, it just didn't balance whether the sky needed to be cropped down or, and I think it's great to see shapes in the landscape. However, it's also how they're handled or how they're expressed, how the photographer has used their skill to bring that across. And if the mummy, perhaps a bit more of the head on the left, if that was their focus. And for me, I don't have that sort of impact. But I am totally listening, and absolutely in the award range. I think it needs to come up for now what I've seen.
Thanks, Rebecca. Rachel, then Mike.
I saw the mummy as well. I've scored this 86 as well. The photographer, what they're bringing to this is that they've shown us this shape. The fact that they've chosen to take this image with that smattering of snow on the mountaintop brings out all of the details and gives you that shape of repose. The body is lying there, the arm coming down those deep, dark parts. That's the body decomposing and returning to earth, where we've got the full circle of life going through there and returning into nurture the earth by decomposing into it. And so that's sort of the story that I'm getting from it, and I think that's what the photographer has given us. They've used their skill to show us that story.
Thanks, Rachel. Mike?
Yeah, interesting, because I saw the mummy as well, and then I went, if the intent was to show the mummy and that was the story and that was the narrative that we had to follow, then how come they haven't taken it further? And because the clouds are very distracting. And so if that was the intent of the photographer, then why didn't they delve down the clouds and make that story stronger? So I've got a bit of a conflict with that.
Thank you, Mike. I think it's back to you, Chris, to sum that one up.
Yeah, look, I think some really good comments, and I agree with everything that's been said. I think what the photographer has brought to this beyond just the landscape is in the post-production and how they have handled the mountainside, to create that sense of bandages and so on that's wrapped around them, and that's where for me the skill has gone into the capture. In terms of the clouds, Mike, I agree they can be a distraction. However, they also give a sense of they not ground the image, but they provide the context in terms of the scenery that you're actually looking at. I think without them, that might not be quite the same. So. Hopefully, it sounds like we're quite close to getting a couple of people up. So, it'd be really great to see this as a silver distinction.
Good one, Chris. Thanks. Let's see where it goes, guys. Sitting on 80. That's done it. It's brought it up into a silver distinction at 85. Well done. Well done. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. This is going to be fun. We've got an initial score of 84 as average of 4 judges, but we've got some varying opinion coming from Rachel. So, yeah, bring it home, Rachel.
Scored this 92. I've put it into gold. It is just so innovative and unique. I've never seen anything like it. We've got natural elements and man-made elements within this image. It makes me feel like I've just landed my spaceship on Venus or Mars, and there's this whole other world that I never even knew existed. There's some sort of I don't know, sand or ice storm, or there's something going on where there's particles being blown around. It looks really like uninhabitable, unhospitable, but otherworldly. Just find it really fascinating, and I think it should be rewarded for all of those qualities.
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah, look, I'm a bit disappointed in myself. I've underscored this, and for everything that Rachel said there, I should have been braver and just gone with it. I think the sometimes as well you can forget this is the single capture. So when you remind yourself of that and the uniqueness and the the yellows and the blues just working well together through the image. There is that space type. Yeah, you could be on another planet. I completely agree. So yeah, I'm already there. Let someone else talk.
Okay. Jackie, did you want to? Oh, Jackie first.
Yeah, I was low. I was on 68 as well. I just found it confusing. I couldn't work out how it was made, and that's or why it was made. But I'm getting these feelings of a surreal landscape. But I thought this category was about real landscapes, and I didn't know how that worked in, and that's what brought that prejudice. And there seems to be quite a hard halo around the edges of the black rocks, the dark rocks to the light. So those little halos sort of pulled my eye out of that idea. But
Thank you, Jackie.
I'm going to
Mike?
be moving my score up.
We have to assume, I mean, I'm just saying this for myself, not for, but we have to assume that this has been vetted and it's been cleared and that it is what it is, and therefore we can just judge what's in front of us. And I think as such, I think this is an exceptional image. I gave it 84. I'm going to distinction at least. So mainly because of its originality. It asks more questions than it has answers. It's visually interesting. It's all the sort of things that you need to be celebrating. So just because I have no resolve of what it is or how it is, I'm enjoying it.
Good one. Rachel, I think it's probably time for you to bring it home.
I'm not hearing anything that's saying to me, don't score gold, so I'm still going to keep pushing for the gold. I can sort of see what might be a bit of a halo that Jackie was referring to on probably the largest rock there. I'm not too sure if that's because it's presented to us in a digital format or if it is in the post-production. I'm willing to completely overlook it purely because I'm in this magical other place. The way that the light is positioned with a bright line in the very first third and then the curved brighter line that comes down, it's almost like if I was in a magical alleyway or tunnel that was taking me on. There's all sorts of different ways that you could be led into this. It's pure imagination, but in a landscape and camera category, I think it's fantastically unique and should be rewarded.
Thank you, Rachel. Let's rescore it, sitting on 84. Awesome work, guys. That's a silver distinction at 87. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? Sorry, can we have the next image, please? Got a score of 78. We do have an elective challenge. If Jackie would like to take it up, which she will.
I scored at 82. The reds coming in from that corner just really gave me a lovely anchor. Just that separation of the pole between the subjects, nice holding in on the right-hand top corner. I just thought it was a nice contrast of, all those elements came together to have a nice narrative of being there, and that really wet, everything's all wet and slimy and dank, and that vignette is probably holding your eye in, and I thought it was emotive. 82.
Thank you, Jackie. Chris?
Yeah, I was at 78 on this, so I wasn't far away from silver. Sorry, I was 73. Sorry, 73. Let me correct myself on that. I am appreciating it more the more time I spend with it, and I'm starting to understand, that there's almost two. I like the symmetry in the two halves of the stairs and the water, and the fluid and the rigidness of the two sides of the image, and I'm slowly convincing myself that that there are some really nice aspects to this in the way it's framed and so on. So I am going to come up. I'm keen to hear what others have to say. I guess what I'm just trying to find the emotive content in this for me, and perhaps if someone can help me with understand that'd be good.
Yeah, Rachel would like to give you a hand, I think.
I have scored this 77, so high bronze, and I'm listening very carefully and can come up with this one. Where I'm going with the emotion in this, though, Chris, is the contrast between the natural waterfall and all of the softness of the moving water and the mist and stuff in that area, and then the stairs, which are becoming a man-made waterfall because of so much of the rain and everything that's coming down there, and they're so treacherous. I wouldn't want to walk down them. In fact, I'd probably want to go down the waterfall more than I'd want to go down the stairs. And so that's the connection that I'm getting, is the juxtaposition there, and the treacherous nature of both the man-made and the natural elements.
Thank you, Rachel. It's probably back to you, Jackie.
Yeah, Rachel said it. It's that waterfall that's coming down the stairs that is that other aspect that is really lovely, pulling line, the top couple of steps pulling you through, and man-made and nature. Yeah, there's a synergy there that brought it into silver for me.
Thank you, Jackie. Let's rescore it, sitting at 78. And it's gone to an 81 silver. Good debate. Well done. We'll accept that. And next print, please. Next image, please. Someone whack me around the head. Will you? Image has scored a pretty clean 74, high professional standard. We happy with that, guys? Yep. In that case, let's take a comment from Mike. Can you give it a comment, please?
Yeah, the clouds in the foreground are the interesting part of the image, but that sort of interest gets lost with the middle grey treatment of the mountains in the background. And I think for the photographer to improve this, just give us some blacks in there.
Thank you, Mike. Next print, please. Print scores 71, professional standard. I will accept that and have a comment from Rachel, please.
Really enjoying the contrast of scale between the person and that tree, which is probably years and years and years and years older than any of us will ever even consider being. But just watch how heavy the dark trunk is on the far left, and also there's the little highlights from the gaps of the branches or leaves on that side, so that sort of side is so heavy that it's bringing you away from the contrast and scale between the person and the tree.
Thank you, Rachel. Can I have a blank screen, please? Sorry? We can't have a blank screen. Just a quick judge change. Kay, can you come in for Mike, please? Yes, of course, Mike. Yeah. Go for it. Next print, please. Image scores 70, just a professional standard. Can I have a comment, please? Let's say Rebecca, please.
I actually really enjoy the graphic nature of this and those kind of where the bus is parked, and it makes me think someone might be living in there and what's going on, and the tiny seagull. So the decisive moment from the photographer's great with that the seagull there. I just think that the sky is really sort of heavy, and it just brings it down a bit, and there's not a huge amount of just a bit more oomph in the shadows. I'd love to see who's in the bus, or a bit more about what's going on in the scene there, a bit more environmental.
Thanks, Rebecca. Next image, please. Image scores bronze at 79, and we've got two possibilities for a letter challenge. Kay or Chris, who wants to take it on? Kay? Yep, go for it, Kay.
I scored this just into the silver range. I think the photographer is showing great control over the use of shutter speed to create a beautiful ethereal waterfall, which is contrasted by the strong dominant rocks in the foreground. So it's just this juxtaposition of strength and softness that has appealed to me. So yeah, 82 silver.
Thanks, Kay. Jackie?
I'm listening to that, Kay. I was on 76, and I guess, with a waterfall, we're kind of like, as landscapers, looking for that, something that's a little bit extra to take it into that silver range for a well, there's lots of waterfalls out there, but, I can feel that strength of that rock in the foreground, and there's a lovely balance and harmony to it. Yeah, so maybe, what does Chris think?
Thank you, Chris.
Just so I was on AT2 as well, but so in support, I think the rock basically leads you down into the pool in the bottom right hand corner, and then the waterfall on the right hand side stops you from falling out the frame as well. So it's nice. I think there's some good mechanisms in here, and as Kay has said, the details in the highlights are just really well managed. What's holding me back from going higher is actually the perhaps could do with some more contrast in the shadows in the background, or the rock in the water. But I think it's really well composed and uses some of those lines just to hold you in the image and let you move around it. So
Thank you, Chris. Back to Kay, I think.
Way to reply. I think the weight of the rocks in the foreground. Sometimes it's like when you're going on a walk through nature, and then all of a sudden you turn that corner and you see this beautiful vista, waterfall, whatever it might be. And I think this is sort of a little bit reminiscent of that. The wall of rocks in the foreground, just blocking that thing that you actually then are rewarded by the beautiful subtleness and softness of the waterfall behind. And I think that is definitely worthy of a silver.
Thank you, Kay. Let's rescore. It's sitting on 79, so it needs to go somewhere. And it has indeed gone to an 81 silver. Well done. Accept that. And next image, please. It's a bronze at 77. Thank you, judges. Pretty even there. Can we have a comment? Yep, Rachel.
This is beautifully captured, the light leading you from the left into the hut, the detail in the foreground, the moody scene, really lovely. What held me back from going higher with this one was some sort of a magenta and green aberration on that right hand side, which just really, my eye struggled to go any further then.
Thank you, Rachel. Accept that, and next image, please. Oh, warning. No score has been entered. Cancel. Don't know what happened there. Print score is 73. We do have a possible challenge there from, we're happy with that. So accept that, 73, high professional standard, and a comment from Rebecca, please.
Just a bit of feedback for the photographer. That rock just is so heavy, and for me it just really weighed down. I just couldn't get past it. I couldn't see anything sort of else. The sky is sort of lacking a bit of detail as well. There's no clouds or anything. But you know, I do encourage the photographer to go back to this place if you have access to it, and you know, perhaps try different times of the day or in the night, or and have a look at getting some detail out of that rock, perhaps long exposure kind of work. And I think there's definitely, I mean, there'll be an image there one day.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next image, please. Brent scores 77 bronze. There is a potential for a challenge, which Rachel will take up. Thank you, Rachel.
Let me give it a crack. I scored this 83, so silver. I think it's really beautifully handled. There's lovely detail throughout. That difference between the grazed paddock and the fresh paddock is really nicely balanced. You've got more snow on that on the green side of the frame, which sort of makes that feel more lush, feel like it's nurtured more, it's getting more water, whereas the other side of the mountain is more devoid of snow and so drier and fits with the dryness of the paddock as well. So yeah, scored at 83.
Sorry. Thank you, Rachel. Kay, did you? I think. Yeah, you were down the other end of the scale, weren't you?
Yeah, I scored it at 74. I guess I struggled a little bit with that, the how the green and the brown, the contrasting aspects of the fields, the paddocks, worked within the image. So it wasn't a matter of it not the design of it, the composition and that wasn't working for me. It was the colour palette and how it actually was so disjointed to what I'm seeing in the background. I also find on the green side down the very, very bottom, they could have just cropped that off ever so slightly, because it's just that level of whiteness which is actually distracting and detracting from taking your eyes into the vista at the background.
Thank you, Kay. I think it might be back to you, Rachel, by the looks of things. Sum up, please.
Yeah, for me it's all about the contrast between what the purpose of our paddocks, our planted paddocks are for, and what they're like when we've prepared them, and then what they end up like once they've been used. And I really enjoy that contrast. I would have scored it even higher if there was more of that in the foreground rather than having more sky. But yeah.
Thank you, Rachel. Hit the button, see where it goes. It's on 77. And it stays on 77. That's a good bronze. Thank you, judges. Can we have a quick judge change, please? Just accept that image. Jackie and Rachel, thank you for your lovely judging. And can we have Paul and Janine back, please? Thank you. And we'll have the next image, please. this image scores 74 on average. Are we happy with that, guys? We are, so we'll take a comment. Janine, would you like to make a comment on that, please?
Look, this is a very pleasing image with good use of leading lines. There's quite a bit of tension between the mountains and the top of the frame, and just keep looking for original angles on this type of work.
Thank you, Janine. Next image, please. Print scores 72, high professional standard. We happy there, guys? Cool, we'll accept that score and we'll take a comment. Janine, thank you.
Keep looking for the pictures within this picture. This is too much, and I think there is some interesting stuff going on in the bottom half, and maybe look directly down on these types of sand formations.
Thank you, Janine. Next image, please. Print scores 72, high professional standard. We'll accept that, and can we have a comment from Kay? Thank you.
A delightful little image, but I think the interest in the image is actually in the foreground and possibly more to the left-hand side, where you've got some nice lines and elements happening. As you go back through the image, that gets lost within the background, the mountains and the sky. So I think, yeah, maybe have a look at that, what's in the foreground.
Thank you, Kay. Next image, please. Very even 77, bronze. Thank you, judges. It's very even. So we'll take a comment. Paul, would you like to comment on this one, please?
There's a nice aerial perspective and detail coming through. Possibly the thing that held me back a little bit was the brightness and the colour going on that top right corner.
Thank you, Paul. Next image, please.
Oops, no, number lock, number lock, number lock.
Print scores an average of 70, professional standard. We'll accept that and take a comment from Kay. Thank you, Kay.
Sometimes having a lovely, I guess, vista isn't enough. The photographer needs to bring something new and working it in a way that actually provides us with something fresh to look at. Just watch things like the in the foreground, it's quite flat with the lighting, and your eye just gets constantly pulled to the back. You could look at cropping this image and seeing how that might work also.
Thank you, Kay. Next image, please. The score is 75 bronze. Potential for a challenge there. Chris, would you like to take that on?
I'll give it a go. So I guess what I really liked about this was that the two separate elements, the silhouette in the foreground works really well in its own right. You know, it's nice and sharp and detailed, and then the you know, it's juxtaposed, if I said that right, against the softness of the background, and I think the two the separation between the two in terms of their textures just was adding an extra element to me. I scored this 80. I think there's enough deliberate and artistic intent here to justify a silver award, and I'm happy to.
Thanks, Chris. Kay, would you like to say some words?
I scored the 72. For me, what I found the interest of the image is actually in the bottom half, and where your eye is led through into this beautiful little vista in the background. The top half with all the tree trunks and the strong silhouettes of those are beautiful, but to me they are actually leading your eye up and into that central cloudy part of the image, which is taking away from the detailed elements, which really should be the draw card of the image.
Thank you, Kay. So, anyone else? No? Back to you, Chris.
Okay, so Kay, I completely take on board what you're saying, and I don't really have too much to say to argue against those points. There was something a bit unique in this for me, and for me that's the reason I sort of pushed it up a bit, and hopefully if you guys can see that as well, then we'll be in the same space.
Great, let's do it. Stays a bronze at 75. Nice even bronze. Next image, please. Got a score of 74, high professional standard. Are we happy with that, guys? We are indeed. So we'll take a comment. I don't know who can we pick on. Kay, thank you, Kay. Always got something interesting to say.
There's a lovely mirroring of the colour in the islands and the clouds that are happening. Maybe I feel the clouds are just a little bit too heavy. What you could do is crop the top part off a little bit. You could also lift your camera angle just ever so slightly to bring a separation between the big island in the front and what's happening in the background to create some sort of stepping stone, which would add some interest to it.
Thanks, Kay. Can we have a quick judge change, please? Chris, would you like to step out? Thank you very much for your judging. And Roger, would you like to come back onto the panel, please? And we'll have the next image, please. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you. You're doing a great job. Got an instant silver distinction at 85. I think that everyone will be pretty happy with that on the judging panel. Yep. So we'll accept that, but we still need a comment, please, so someone can tell us, give us rundown. Paul.
Just beautiful flowing colours and detail through this, and when you start looking really closely, you just get sucked into it, and you just start moving through it. It's quite exquisite. Yeah, could quite easily walk past it for a first instance, but if you take a second look at it, it's just beautiful, and the tonal range in it, it's just, yeah, it's very, very nice image.
Cool, thank you. What have I done? I've just stuffed something up, haven't I? Thank you, guys. Next print, please. Image scores 77. Possible challenge from Rebecca. Yep.
For me, I really, the tones of this, sort of from the bottom right through to the top, you've got this tiny little bit of green at the bottom that just sort of matches in at the top. I see quite a lot when I look at this. There's quite a lot to talk about. I see, a lot of the time with aerials, we don't see the man-made features of the land. We often just see the natural world. And so for this is quite different in the fact that there's a walkway and a tiny little handrail that's just coming in on the left down the bottom, and then you've got the sort of proper stair walkway on the right, and then you've got this almost like a little mini tornado, little tiny, what do you call that? Estuary creek thing that's going out to sea that brings you into the image. And I just think for all of those reasons, and it's been handled really well, it's got great balance to it because of those little features, and I think it's just a bit different from what we've that we see with aerials. So for that, I think it should be rewarded. Also the stones and then the white of the ocean, they complement each other there. Yeah, so I'm sitting on 80, sorry.
Thanks, Kay.
I'm sitting on 73. I found the areas that you found interesting, I found distracting. I felt that the main interest of the image was actually from almost that light line upwards, and that the brightest part of the image, which is where our eyes are drawn to, are being cut off, top and bottom. So I would have liked to have seen much more of the top part. And less of the bottom, just because it has some beautiful textures in it, beautiful tones, colours. Yeah.
Thank you, Kay. Janine.
Look, I'll speak in support of the image. I'm on 78. And from a distance, I enjoyed the tones and it was all okay. And then I had a closer look and I felt like the little area on the bottom left-hand side, everything's being sucked out. It's not coming in. It's leaving. So that is the way I read it, and maybe that adds to the discussion.
Thank you, Janine. It's probably back to you now, Rebecca. Sum it up, please.
I understand what you say, Kay, about the top. Those top waves being cut off. I mean, I also, just to add to the image, just something else that I've seen is there's quite a great repetition, and I see mountains of so the first layer of waves has got the jaggedy edges, and then the second layer of waves at the top have got almost the repetition of that as well, which I think really adds to it. I think it's just a bit different. I think it has been well handled, and I think compositionally it's been put in that way with that little bit of that man-made in the bottom to to bring it into the image. So yeah, I think it deserves silver.
Thank you, Rebecca. Let's score it again. It's sitting on bronze, 77. And it stays on bronze, 77. That's a good strong bronze though, so that's pretty good. Now we'd have a quick judge change, please. I'll just accept that before I forget to. Rebecca and Paul, thank you so much for your judging. You've done a wonderful job. And we'll have these two back, the lovely Jackie and Mike. And they're going to sit by the side of each other as well. Isn't that nice? Now, is everybody doing okay? We're pretty well bang on time, which is really, really good. So you're doing really well. So keep it up. And I'll have the next image, please. Who hasn't put their score in? Let's have a look. We've got Rod. No. There we have. Yep. And we'll have to talk about this one because it scored a bronze at 79. And luckily we've got a elective challenge from Janine.
So, a beautiful time of day, a fairly well-known scene, but what I elevated it for me was just the small touches, the seagull on the rock, and there's also a cloud or something on the horizon right between the split rock, and it looks like it's going to chomp it. So yeah, I just thought those well-seen small things added to this image, and yeah, consider silver.
Janine, let's hear from, who have we got here? Two people on the same score. Maybe Jackie, would you like to say a few words, please?
So, yeah, okay, I'm on 78. Janine, you said it, a well-known place and scene. And that's where I was expecting a little bit more of, or something a bit more different, something that would a little bit with a bit more imagination and skill. This has got skill, yeah, but it hasn't got the imagination part. It's lovely having that little bird in there, but I guess maybe a bit more space at the bottom to contain the shape of the reflected rock would have propelled it up a bit higher. But you know, I do like that idea of that chomping rock and that little shape right in there. So good on you.
Apologies, Mike. I should have gone to you first, shouldn't I? I didn't click on that, but I'm sure you've got something lovely to say.
No problems.
Thank you.
I gave this 84. I'm a believer, and this it's not because I'm here. But coming back to the rock, doing a classic icon, which this is one of the hardest things to do well, not differently, but well. And instead of just saying, I've seen it before, let's say, how well have they done it? And they've done it exceptionally well without having to be all creative. They've just been absolutely nailed it for what it is. The clouds in the background are original, if you want something original. I haven't seen that before. And the seagull on the rock. But the balance of it is perfect. The colour toning, the printing, the palette, everything is absolutely spot on. So why not a silver?
Why not indeed, Janine? Well, tell us.
Yeah, look, Mike, you've nailed it. Rescore, guys.
Love it. It's an 80, silver. We had to do something about it, and that was the correct thing. Good one. I'll accept that. And next image, please. This image has got 74, high professional standard. Are we happy with that, guys? We'll accept it then, and we'll just take a comment. Mike, would you like to comment, please?
Sorry. There's some colour fringing happening on the clouds, which is very distracting. Just be aware of post-production and don't push things too far.
Thank you, Mike. Next image, please. There's a score of 76, bronze, and there's a possibility of a challenge. We're actually happy with that, so that's cool. So let's have a... Oh, we've got... Sorry? A comment? Yes, please. What do you want?
I'll have a go at a challenge.
Oh, you want...
Yep.
Roger, you're quite... Yes, you're quite able and... Yeah, able to do that.
Right.
Would love you to take it on. Go
Okay.
for it.
I'm challenging because of the story in here. I accept there's some technical imperfections, but look, it's a sort of metaphor, isn't it, for what's going on? The ice is breaking, the ice is melting. It's almost as if we've got a school of dolphins represented by small icebergs racing their way out. And there's an element of fun to it which sort of grates, but maybe that's part of the point. But certainly I see it more of a sort of symbol of a bigger picture and a bigger issue. So I think for that reason it deserves a silver.
Thank you, Roger. Let's hear from Janine, please.
I scored the 72. I guess I saw some real beauty in the sky part of the image. I think that's sort of an amazing atmospheric event, and I felt like I wasn't led very well into that. And I understand your story, Roger, but I didn't really feel the atmosphere, perhaps because it looks like an amazing place. So yeah, I saw the beauty in the sky, and that was me.
Thank you, Janine. Kay?
I actually scored at 82, and the reason I scored at 82 was because what appealed to me with the image was the heavy contrast between the foreground and the forces of nature and the softness that we often see, which is a huge in comparison. The bird is battling the elements in the foreground. You've got all of these, as Roger has said, the ice is melting. The world is falling apart, type thing. But you've also got this beauty that goes with it, which is being represented by the softness and etherealness of the sky. I scored at 82 silver.
Thank you, Kay. I think it's back to you, Rod. Oh, no. Love you to make a comment.
Just
Mike.
one comment, and that's about the blue sky on the top right. I do believe that's a distraction.
Roger.
I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm rewarding imagination and I'm rewarding story. It might go higher if it was if it had the craft to go with it. But look, days gone past, you might see a shoal of dolphins, and now what are we left with but a shoal of broken icebergs? I think that's quite a powerful symbol, really, and I'm just asking you to reward it with the silver.
Thank you, judges. And that's done it. It's a silver at 80, majority 3. Well done. Accept that. And next image, please. Got a score of 77. Good strong bronze there. But Jackie would like to talk it up a wee bit.
Okay, we can all see that the foreground is out of focus. No, I think that's that's fine with me, because the image is about atmosphere and feeling, and going into that light, that beautiful quiet light, it's not over processed, not over, it's believable to me. And I was imagining myself laying in a hotel bed, looking up at print on the wall, and when your eyes are a bit out of focus, and some images really take you there, and I thought this one did for me. So I went at 83.
Thank you, Jackie. Let's hear from Janine, please.
So I scored this 69, and that was primarily for those depth of field issues. I am listening, Jackie. I really wanted this to hang together a bit better on closer inspection. As I saw it as a gateway into an enchanted forest, those tree branches at the top there are just beautiful. It's like a stained glass window or something like that. So yeah, I'm certainly listening.
Let's go to Roger first, and then Mike.
Just quickly, forests are communities. Increasingly, there are there's communications that subliminal that go between them. And if you look in a forest, there's often big old trees surrounded by smaller trees. And to me, when I look at this image, I see these two younger trees which are crossing. It's almost as if they're having their arms around protecting that older tree. And I just love that in it.
Thanks, Roger. Mike was.
Yeah, the idea of creating a dark window to look through, I think, is a great vehicle to force our eye into the back of the forest. But equally, if the branches in the foreground had been in focus, you would have looked at them more. So what the photographer's doing is causing us to look beyond this framing and into what the subject really is, which is the trees in the forest.
Thanks, Mike. Back to you, Jackie.
Yeah, I think you've said it all. Thanks for all that analogy, Janine, and your negativity. You brought out the positive. And not every image needs to come up close to see if it's all sharp. It's more about that emotion, and yeah, it's certainly in this one. 83.
Thanks, guys. Sitting on 77, looking for something more. And it got it at 81. Silver. Well done. Just a quick judge change. Kay, would you like to take a break? Thank you so much for your judging. And Rachel, can we bring you back, please? Thank you. I've got to accept it. Hang on. Just probably, you can probably go. Yeah. An initial score of 78 here, but they've got a couple of people that would really like to talk to this. Jackie's put her hand up.
Okay. Yeah, I scored at 84 again. Oh, not again, but I scored this image 84. That little sort of ice shelf or ice on sticking on the side of that mountain, it really does ask those questions about what are we looking at and how come it's there, but it's so beautifully there. It's the humanity part of it, or it's something that I really connect with on that. The triangle within all those other shapes seem to really work with it. The hard against the soft, and is that sort of piece of ice sort of just hanging on as most of the ice around our mountains are melting. Yeah, I was on 84. What do you reckon?
Thank you, Jackie. Janine, would you like to comment on the other end of the scale?
Sorry, the stingy one again. Look, thank you, Jackie. You've actually answered my questions, and that's all I've got to say about that.
We're happy to go back to Jackie.
Righto, I
Yep.
guess you're all on board with that clinging piece of ice, and it's wrapping its arms around you and loving you. And you got to love the landscape back, and we got to look after the planet.
Thanks, guys. And once again, we've lifted up to an 81 silver. Strong silver. Well done. And next image, please. Print scores 76 bronze, and that's pretty even scoring, judges. So we're pretty happy with that. And congratulations to the author. And Mike, would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, to improve this, I'd reduce the sharpening. There's a line of over sharpening on the horizon line. Just keep your post-production simple.
Thank you, Mike. Next image, please. Well, I've got a few things to say about this. We're on 87 already. That's a lovely silver distinction. However, we've got a challenge from Roger. Yes?
I thought it would be. This is it's sorry, I gave it 90. I was bold. I encourage you all to be bold. This is a landscape, but it could equally be under a microscope. Where I say, compositionally, it's graphic, it's strong. I can't fault it really. The colours combine together well, but they also ask you questions. There's yellow, I think of as a feminine colour. Red, I'm not sure about, but it's certainly quite a challenging colour. And then you've got the blue-green of male in the centre. And then there's this line that anchors it. It's strong, it's straight. It makes me think of something man-made in a non-man-made environment. Symbolically, is this some sort of hypodermic coming into some sort of egg? Is it yeah? Is it something else? There's so many questions with it, but I can find symbolism. It stands out as a piece of art, and I think it's worthy of a goal. It's certainly an area that is over and above.
Thanks, Roger. Jackie, please.
Yeah, I scored at 72, Roger. So it's a mining site. It's a mining site. It's an aerial and it's a mining site in my mind. And the colours obviously have been pushed a long way to become unreal, to become a piece of art. But I found that the colours, that how they were pushed, made them very muddy on the right-hand side. There's a lot of after rain. Perhaps there's also a lot of smudging together, which has also made the water which is one of the ponds, the settling ponds, that's got murkiness through it. That's sort of why I was there, and the abstract shape wasn't really taking me to those places. Your medical background probably does take you to those instruments and macroness of it, but I could see things I'd seen in a lot of other kind of landscapes, these aerial landscapes that weren't taking me there, and I'm sorry about that, but I've probably been excluded from the scoring anyway.
Mike, I think you're, what did
I gave this 86. I'm probably going to go higher. I'm not sure about 90, but I see this as a really toxic environment and beautifully realized as that. It's abstract impressionism, it's all sorts of wonderful things, but they're all sort of negative things for me. And because I hate it, doesn't mean to say I'm not going to score it high. Because this is a photograph of something which is incredibly, for me, dangerous, toxic, and against the planet. And I think it's incredibly strong and powerful.
Thank you, Mike. Rachel?
Scored this one 84. I'm quite happy with it in silver distinction, but I'm listening to everybody. I sort of got a mix of Mike and Roger with the toxicity and also the science. I'm seeing this as an abstract of a spoon surrounded by turmeric and mace and sulphur and sort of the cross between food and poison and all of that sort of thing. So I'm picking up on a story there, but I just need a little bit more on the technical to push me into the gold.
Thank you. Back to you, Roger.
I think the wide diversion of views and interpretations is part of the beauty of the image, really, and part of the debate and confrontation that you can have with it. I still see the fragility, and I still see it through a microscope with that as a needle. And if that's a needle with a gamete on the end of it, then that's hope. So let's, we can, in the environment that we have, there's always hope. There's always something in nature that will grow in some toxic environment, I guess, and that's the symbolism of it all. So, look, I think this is a worthy piece, and I think it's worthy of being scored high, and I invite you to join me.
Thank you, judges. It's an exciting moment for the photographer, sitting on 87 and digging for gold.
You need to let us in.
Oh, we need to let you in. I'm sorry. That's my fault. I will let you in very, very shortly. Roger. It should be unlocked now. It's a strong silver distinction at 86. So. Next image, please. That's fine, yeah. Print scores 76, bronze. Are we happy there? Seems we are, so we'll accept that score. Can we have a comment, please, Janine? Thank you.
Very good use of shutter speed and getting all of that right. There is a lot to look at in this image, and I particularly enjoyed the details on the rocks on either side and the slightly different angle that was taken by the photographer to capture this image with the diagonal line going through. As far as improvement goes, I'm not 100% sure what I would do to improve this image, but yeah, keep working with this material.
Thank you, Janine. Next image, please. This image is scored 70, high professional standard. So we'll take a comment, please. Mike, thank you.
The boat's the biggest distraction. If you just crop it in, crop the boat out, or dull the boat down, would help the image improve a lot.
Thank you, Mike. Next image, please. Print scores 75, bronze. Happy with that? Well done. Take a comment, please. Maybe Roger, would you like to comment on this? Oh, absolutely. Take it away, Mike.
You okay with that? Okay, just dulling down the sky would actually bring your eye down to the rock perfectly. So just a little bit more work on that sky and you've got a great image.
Thank you, Mike. And next image, please. Print is sitting on 78 bronze, but we have two people. Jackie, would you like to take that on? We have two people close together. Jackie?
I scored at 82. I fell in love with that tallest tree in the middle. Its lovely wiggle and personality won me over. I would have gone, I'd be in the distinction range if there'd been just a little bit more, just soft, perhaps pulling down through those high key tones and increase that mood. But the personality of that tree did it, and the nice, lovely separation of tones and the trees in the background. Composition is really, really sweet. I know the spot, and I think it's deserving of a silver. Perhaps that tree on the right hand side, you're going to go, it's a bit dark on the edge of frame. But I still think that just a little bit of tweaking of this and it would have been even so much better. So that's still a silver for me at 82.
Thank you, Jackie. Mike?
I gave the 74 mainly because the emotion of this place, when it's wet, it's really, really wet, and it gets dark with that wet, and I'm sort of missing that feeling that I have when I'm there. So I guess I just wanted to see it printed down more, but happy to come up to a silver because it's a great capture of the place, but I think the mood's just slightly missed.
Roger, yes?
Yeah, I think this is it's a simple image. It's actually a bit more complicated when you stop and think about it. And the choices that have been made have made it simple. In other words, it's been done in the wet so that as much as possible, the trees have been able to be separated by the choice of conditions and backgrounds. So you've got grey in the sky and grey in the water that are simple, smooth tonal areas that don't distract from the trees. For me, the trees were like a series of sort of soldiers there, but almost with their own little personalities. As Jackie said, one of them's got a little cut halfway up the sort of detail. So it's got a cut halfway up the trunk. The detail in there is exquisite. And the composition's actually quite clever. You've got lines obviously going vertically, but the land masses go horizontally, so you've got a crisscross thing going on. It's worthy of a silver, in my opinion.
Thank you, Roger. Coming back to Jackie.
Yeah, we're seeing the photograph of this kind of high key with a dark edge from the monitor, and I think that's increasing the darks and maybe taking away some of that atmosphere that you're looking for, Mike. So we've got to try and think about this as being with a white mat around it, and maybe we'd recognise that sky isn't white, it's actually grey, and the mood is there, and uncomplicated and clean, and a lovely silver.
Thank you, guys. And that's a silver. 80. Right, can we just have a quick judge change? Janine, can you pop off? Thank you very much for your lovely judging. And Chris, can you come back, please? Now we're getting pretty close now. I think we've got 10 more to judge. So we'll have the next print, please. Next image, please. I'm talking without my mic on, so Mike, would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, just desaturate the greens and I think the structure of the image would be stronger.
Thanks, Mike. Next image, please. You have a score of 73, professional standard. And you'd like to comment on that, Rachel?
Gorgeous leading lines in the water up into the sea with the mountain there, and really lovely tones through the image. But you've got so much sky that when you look into it, you see this banding and colour aberration, which is really distracting. And because so much of it is sky, it becomes really prevalent. So just watch your processing for that.
Thank you for that comment, Janine. And sorry, not Janine, Rach. Next image, please. We've gone straight to a silver at 84, with the potential for a challenge from, Rachel.
It's The Last of Us. Those poisonous tentacles are reaching up and engulfing the earth, the green coming through in them is the poison in the veins, the little suckers on the ends of it. It's very intimidating and foreboding. I scored this 88. I think it's a comfortable silver distinction, and I think there's an interesting sort of undertone or malice that it's sort of creeping in there and creating an interesting story.
Thank you. Roger, can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I see the same things that Rachel's just talked about. I just wonder whether it needs more space at the top for these 10. Oh, sorry, I gave it 81. I think it sits in the silver range. So yes, for me, it feels like it needs more space for that top sort of area with it, which the tentacles are sort of encroaching onto to breathe into. Yeah, other than that, I don't have much else to offer, really. Beautiful palette and colour choice.
Mike?
Yeah, I'll talk to it. I gave it 87, so I'm going for a distinction. I just think it's superior in its weight. With all that stuff happening at the bottom, the top's left pretty much empty and free, apart from one small dark area that's sort of coming in, and it leads us back down again. So in terms of composition, this is really quite visually exciting, and I think it's superior in its communication.
Rachel, would you like to sum it up then, please?
The tightness at the top actually allows the imagination to have just those tiny little suckers creeping in from the top too. There's no space, there's no room to breathe because it's being choked by these poisonous little fingers, and that's what's putting it into the distinction range for me, is just that tenseness.
Thanks, guys. So we judge sitting on 84, looking for a distinction. Will it get it? And yes, it has at 85. That's congratulations to the photographer. And we'll accept that. And next image, please. Yeah, we have a silver at 83 and a pretty strong challenge from Rachel. Go for it, Rachel.
Scored this 92 gold. From a distance, I got that, oh wow, and I got up there and I wasn't disappointed. There were beautiful details in the trunks throughout, subtlety in the mist. I can imagine walking through the wardrobe door into Narnia for the first time in a snowstorm, and it takes me into a place, but it is just such a simple image, beautifully crafted, and just really works in that gold range for me, just because of those simplicities and the place it takes me, the emotive feeling that I'm getting from it.
Thank you, Rachel. Mike, you know you're coming your way.
I'm shivering away here with my low score of 74. I found it muddy, which is a strange word to use for snow, but that snow is not white and it doesn't feel like snow and it doesn't look like snow. So I'm sort of disappointed with the tonal quality of it.
Roger, you wanted to say something?
I've got one question really, and that is the out of focus snowflake in the sort of middle, sort of middle left really, which is underneath those two. I don't know whether it adds to the mystery of it or whether it's just but my eye keeps going to it. So I think it's a worthy image, but it's whether it sits beyond the silver, I'm not convinced of yet.
I think sounds of it's back to you, Rachel. Oh, sorry. Did you want to say something, Jackie?
Rachel, you went gold, didn't you? You did? Yeah, so I suppose I should justify my... I did at 82, and I think Roger's at that big snowflake coming down. But I could come up a little bit higher because I'm thinking now about that idea of this being on a white mat or a white background instead of the dark tone. Perhaps that would highlight it a bit more, but that repetition of the foreground trees being put into the background right is quite delightful. That secondary layer of trees and the separation there is really well done.
Thanks, Jackie. This time, Rachel.
Thank you. So I'm going for gold. If I can't get you up to gold, I'd love to see this get a distinction. That white snowflake, Roger, it's just smacked you right in the eye. That's why it's not in focus. It's hit you in the face as you walk through the door of Narnia. And the muddiness, I think I'm not finding that muddy. I think that's just that there's just so much snow going on in the background. It's moving. It's creating that sort of ethereal feeling, that sense of place. And that's why I'm sitting in here at gold.
Lovely job. Let's rescore. Sitting on 83. $85, silver distinction. Majority of 3 judges. That's cool. Well done, that photographer. Accept that. And next image, please. We have a 72. You happy with that, guys? Right, can we perhaps have a comment, please, Jackie? Thank you.
Yes, I think it would come up into a higher range if the dark vignette at the top hadn't come down and reached into the mountain, particularly. Lovely foreground shape going through into the distance.
Thanks, Jackie. We'll just have a quick judge change. Roger, take a break, please. Kay, would you like to pop back on the panel, please? I've got to accept that, haven't I? And next image, please. Oh, I've got a runtime error. Bugger. Okay, what do we do here? Go back. Go. Just hold on, judges. We had a little technical thing popped up there on my screen. I'm just trying to rectify it now. I think the system slowed down, and that's corrected it. So yeah, into your scores now. And we have a 72, a high professional standard. And we'll take a comment from Kay, who's nodding her head. Thank you, Kay.
I think it's always hard with seeing scenes and trying to draw something out of them that has brings a lot more dynamic interest. I think perhaps look at cropping the dark areas in the top. There's a little bit of chromatic aberration on the figure in the foreground. There's some nice tones in the foreground, so just maybe work on that sort of thing.
Thank you, Kay. Next image, please. Got an initial score of 77, but we do have an elective challenge from Mike, who has another opinion.
I gave this 86. I just found the graphic shapes and the tonal and colour all so sympathetic with each other. The really soft pastel nature of that, the symmetry of it. It feels slightly off to the left, which makes me like it even more. It's totally graphic. It's simple and it's strong.
Thank you, Mike. Let's hear from Jackie, please.
Yeah, I scored it in professional practice at 70 because of the choices that the photographers made about that roof line just being one side's a bit higher than the other. You like that, and that's good. But I guess I didn't like that. I quite like that tonal palette. It's unique, and I fall over the wall, and I'm listening to you, and things can grow on you after you look at something for a bit longer. So I'm still on 70 though, but I'm maybe coming up.
Yeah, Rachel.
Scored this 77, and I'm really happy with it in bronze. I'm listening, Mike. Why I scored it there was I'm actually okay with this slight imperfection of balance. We know it's not AI if it's not perfect, right? And so it gives it a uniqueness and beauty. I just find that the brighter top left, the brighter blue, really competes with that subtle tone throughout the rest of the image.
Yeah, I think it's back to you, Mike.
It's the imbalance that I'm actually enjoying, because it's not actually an architectural photograph. It's a landscape with architecture in it, and I think coming from that point of view, I'm not looking at things being equal and graphically formulated, but more this is something that sits in the landscape and it's part of the landscape, and I think the treatment has made it feel more a part of being there than an architectural shot that's about architecture. This is about an environment, and I think it's just so subtle and beautiful. At least a silver.
Thanks, Mike. Rescore, please. It's got one more. I did the trick, a silver at 82. That's good. Some good debate there, and a nice score. And so we'll accept that, and we'll have the next image, please. Okay, we got an initial score of 79, which we're obviously going to talk about it, and Rachel is going to be the one to talk it through. So take it away, Rachel.
I scored this 87, so I scored it into silver distinction. I find it just really beautifully, delicately handled, perfectly balanced. The rich, warm tones, so inviting. There's detail in there, absolute perfect sense of mood and place with the way that the fog is sitting on the tops of the hills. And yeah, I felt like it was deserving of a silver distinction.
Thank you. Perhaps we could hear from Mike, please.
I gave this a 76, which is a bronze. I really liked it as well, but one of the elements that took it down for me is that the reflection is actually lighter than what it's reflecting, and that doesn't happen. So I just found it not believable in a way.
Do we have a challenge from Rachel? Rachel.
Okay, it might be a hard sell. I didn't notice that. It didn't distract me or bother me whatsoever. I was just so focused on the symmetry and the warmth and the tones, which is why I put it into that 87.
Thank you, judges. So you're still going to have to make your mind up, guys, okay? Someone's going to have to, I've got to push the button first and then I can let you in. So you know the story, 79 or 80? And we've got a 79, so that's a good strong bronze for the photographer. We'll accept that, thank you. And the next image, please. Print score's 75. Thank you, judges. Let's take a comment from somebody has a comment to make. Let's have a hand up, a volunteer. Oh, come on, Jackie. Yeah, you'll come to the rescue. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it would go into another scoring range, perhaps if it was in monochrome, and that would just take some of that busyness away and allow it to celebrate all the textures that are there.
Thank you, Jackie. And we have the last image here to judge. This image scores 73. And we're all pretty comfortable with that, so we'll just take a comment, please. Mike, thank you.
I don't think it needs 3 images of the same landscape. I think that's diluted the power of one.
Thanks, Mike. And that was the last digital image. I'd like to thank all of our judges very much for their participation and their excellent judging. I'd like to thank the audience for being here. In particular, Sonny for being our major sponsor for the category. And of course, our lovely students out the back. and of course the people at home, if there's anybody listening. So thank you very much. If I can keep the judges here. Thank you very much. Do we need to